live?
Yeah.
Except
no, people can't see us. Yeah, you got to give it a second.
Oh, we got to give it a second?
Yeah, you got to give it a second.
Okay. It says excellent connection. I see a blank screen. Oh, there it is.
But yeah, no intro today, guys. We'll have it next.
Shab lost it. He got his new PC, and he didn't back up all his old documents, and he didn't upload them to his new computer because he's got the poor executive functioning.
I'm gonna take it and probably install it in my computer soon.
Yeah. Are you gonna take a 5-hour energy?
Well, I don't know. I still have this coffee.
Oh, you're scared.
I don't know if it'll be too much if I'm drinking my coffee and I drink this.
Dude, pussy, I take like thousands of caffeine.
Thousands of caffeine?
Like, yeah, probably a couple. Like, I'll drink 3 energy drinks, take the B12 shot that is 200 in
thousands of what?
Drink
of
some
caffeine?
Coffee. Milligrams.
Oh, well, be more specific, Jane.
Oh, yeah. I should have said that.
I take thousands of caffeine. Okay, so...
Wait, what is he? The heart is blocking what Mickey Richards is saying. Are you going to take this from John?
No, after the stream, I'm going to beat him up, Mickey. That's
Dude, I really hate that Instagram wannabe feature of the heart. It's always covering the comments. Does it do that on Instagram where it covers the comments?
I don't know.
Like, why haven't they fixed that yet? Google's a multi-billion-dollar company, and they can't get around, just moving it over. Like, if they moved it to the left, it would only partially block the person's profile pic. There's no reason to have it on the right where it partially blocks the text. But Chad, did you add everyone and retweet the stream?
I'll retweet now. But yeah, people will come in.
Oh yeah.
We'll start getting people in.
Well, anyway, we got the goal. One new thing we're doing for the patrons is to make sure that we're getting content out there is Dirt and I are, regardless of whether Shab's around or not, each Monday we're going to do a movie commentary stream, Movie Mondays, where we watch a film. People can join the Discord if they want. And we do a commentary on the film. And if you miss it, we're going to stream it on VK, some other platform. We'll post the link in the on Patreon, or Patreon. And last week we covered Click. The week before that we covered the RoboCop movies. So I guess the highest donator gets to pick which movie you cover. And I guess it's only $1 to be a patron. But
so the highest donator this stream picks it if we hit the goal?
Yeah, if we hit the goal.
And you're talking about movie night tonight?
Well, not tonight, on Monday.
Oh, on Monday. What do you think about this, Mickey?
Let's get to the first video.
Let's get to your mom.
In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada.
Whoa! Yeah! Wrestle!
Insulting the judge.
Dang. Dude, hold up. Can we watch that in a normal speed or slow-mo, something like that? Dude, that guy can jump. He should be in basketball.
Oh, you actually like this dude and support him.
Because he can jump good. Watch. Whoa! What the fuck?
Well, Shad,
oh my God.
Do you like thugs that just solve all their
No, but
they solve everything through violence?
No, that was just, I don't know. I mean, I have a crude sense of humor, I guess. That was funny to watch. I feel bad for if she got hurt at all, but that was funny.
Well, it's just, you're going to prison, and what you're gonna do is not only engage in battery, where that's
stupid,
a few years in prison, but it's also you're going to do it in a courtroom where it's
not only
that's gonna add a decade to it.
Well, doing it to the judge, that's gonna really
doing
it to the person who sentences you.
Contempt of court. There's so many extra crimes they're going to pile up. And I love how these people, it's part of antisocial personality disorder, where it's just, it's being very crass, not like acting just impulsively in the moment. They don't think of any of the long-term consequences, and that's why like a third of like criminals have antisocial personality disorder. It's just and one element of like they don't typically diagnose minors with antisocial personality disorder, but they'll diagnose like they usually diagnose them with conduct disorder. And one of the elements of their behavior is that they're more prone, because they have issues with impulsivity, giving into the temptation to, I don't know, like make fun of somebody for having crooked teeth or for wearing something they think is weird, having bad hair. So they're more prone to like irritate and instigate other people. But then they also are more irritable, and they are more likely to get pissed off. Even if, like, it's kind of like with Grizz, where we were goofing off with him. He's like, if I were you, I'd kill myself. And they're just like, they pay no attention to how hypocritical their behavior is. They just act in the moment without thinking. And it's like that kind of nonsense. I'm going to make fun of somebody's clothes, and then if they tell me to fuck off, I'm going to get angry and punch them in the face.
Yeah, that kind of I don't know.
It's like in America, the code, and in when I went to Rica, that's what kids were like. They'd get mad at a teacher, so they'd punch a teacher in the face.
Yeah, but in America, like I think that's like a cultural problem. Is that like
in certain parts of America?
I'd say most of America, like most people in general in America, especially younger people growing up and stuff, they look at somebody that's impulsive and ready to fucking knock somebody out as soon as they say something about their mama or anything stupid. Those are badasses. Those are the badasses. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
like I said, I think
that's alpha or whatever. I don't know. That kind of thing is not looked down on in America. It's more like people act like you're like treat it like wow, what a badass. Wow, you're super awesome or something. And they don't appreciate somebody having a lot of strength and ability there, but then being able to pick and choose their fights wisely and so forth and everything. The people who just fling their fists whenever anything happens, those are the badasses. You know,
I think like where I grew up, people aren't going to praise that, and I think that in rougher areas, like in your kind of white trash areas or like in the like inner city and stuff, I think people praise that. But I think if you go to the suburbs, if you go to areas where people are just have even like an average level of education, I don't think that, punch somebody in the face. I don't think people cherish that. What do you think, Mickey Richards?
Yeah, Mickey. Agree with me, Mickey. Agree with me, Mickey.
But there are idiots that are like that, where it's just like that's how you prove you're right.
Most dude bros are like that. You know what I'm saying?
There is that like subset of people in the country. I don't think it's the majority,
and
but
it
I think
makes sense to some extent. We all look at the like badasses on movies taking on a bunch of people in fights, like, damn, that's badass and stuff. But people don't appreciate being able to be more wise with your decisions and everything like that, and being able to respect the what assaulting is. Like, it shouldn't be something that you just do on a whim or something.
Well, it's not just with violence. It's also like they appreciate violence, but they don't appreciate people like being productive, learning a trade, being skilled workers, intelligence. They don't respect any of that. And then it's like you look at their contemporaries, you look at their friends and the people they associate with, and these are all people that are in the bottom rungs of society that don't function at all. And it's just, that's really continue doing what you're doing and really like respect that culture, because like you look at the people in our society that do, and they definitely aren't the pioneers. They aren't the people who are really performing well at all.
Yeah. Smart people think about their decisions before they do it.
Yeah, they think.
They don't just, I'm going to jump on this judge! Ah! Like, instead of thinking, what's that going to do to me if I jump on this judge? You know?
With stupidity and egocentrism, the kind of mentality of like, well, like, even if it's not, hey, I'm mad because I'm getting a sentence and just impulsively attacking somebody, the kind of like, yeah, if somebody's running their mouth, I'll attack them. It's like, well, what if you're the one in the wrong? It's just, they don't really consider that, where maybe you're the person where most people would look at your behavior and think that you're on the wrong side of things. So it's just, you're acting as your own judge and jury, where if I get angry and punch somebody, I have a good reason to do it, says me. I'm right because I think I'm right. I'm not biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm biased in my own favor. And that's kind of a staple of how stupid people think. They have no metacognition. Thinking about thinking isn't something they're capable of. They just act on implicit bias.
The funny thing is it's good when dum-dums like this do this, because then they're going to be sentenced to a way worse sentence and stuff, which is something that makes sense. They are showing right now in court that they're a danger to society. They're showing that all somebody has to do is look at them wrong or say the wrong thing or something like that, and they might just fucking jump on somebody and start attacking somebody or something. It's like, let's just lock his stupid ass up.
This is why they need to separate violent criminals from non-violent criminals, because we like a third of the prison population are sociopaths. They have like antisocial personality disorder, and they'll do that where it's just like, they'll impulsively, I don't know, blow their nose and wipe the tissue on somebody's food, but then you tell them they're being an ass, and then they just beat the shit out of you with no remorse. It's not even punching somebody, it's just punching them repeatedly until you break their nose. And it's like, I don't think people that go to prison for nonviolent crimes, they should get their own special prison.
Yeah.
Look, he's just continuing to go at it. And it's like, I think he was only going to prison for a few years.
How bad is their security here?
Yeah, that's something they should be criticized for, because typically in courtrooms they have bailiffs, and it's like, where are the bailiffs?
I seem like I could handle this. I don't know.
Well, it's like, why aren't the two of them grabbing him by his arms and pulling him away? Both of them should grab him by the arms, and then with their feet... their feet, they should wrap it around his ankles to trip him, and they should have him by his arms to put him on the ground.
Whatever the procedure is, it's something that, like, they're trained for and we're not. And they should be able to handle that matter a bit better. That seemed like way too much of a struggle with one little man. I wonder what kind of damages she got.
Breaking news and top stories on the NBC
News.
He could have given her a concussion. She could have traumatic brain injury.
Could have bit her or something. I don't know. I'd like to know what he did there.
Yeah.
It's the heart-stopping video the whole country is talking about.
Here they'll go into detail about it.
Okay, cool.
Taking a flying leap and attacking a judge. Today, that defendant was scheduled to be back in court.
Damn, this fucking jump.
Became a major change in plan.
Every time I see that jump, it's just fucking crazy.
And it's also, it kind of reminds me of that one dude a few weeks ago where there was a parade and he was getting all pissed off because he's a repeat offender, but he's like in his 40s, his 50s, and he's like trying to drive to his mother's. And because a lot of the roads are blocked off, he's too stupid to navigate around it. And out of anger, because they can't control their emotions, he just drives through the parade. And then the cops are trying to pull him over. And it's like, okay, now you're like driving through the parade and stuff, facing at most like a couple years in prison. You might even just get months or community service. But now you're putting the cops on some pursuit and you're driving away from the police. And it's like you're just stacking years on your sentence. And love like how hedonistic, how crass, how careless these guys are. It's just how do they even like operate a fucking vehicle?
The out-of-control defendant who made a flying leap.
Damn, it looked like he jumped
today.
and grabbed her hair. If you watch that, it looked like that's what happened.
Flat out
and these are also the kind of guys that play the stupid. A lot of dude bros. It's just if a woman slaps you in the face and you slap them back, it's like, oh god, you stole to a woman. But then they'll get angry if like they're in a fight with their girlfriend and their girlfriend tells them off. They'll just act out of anger and punch their girlfriend in the face, and knock their teeth out.
Yeah.
To make the walk through the tunnel system that links the courthouse to the jail where he's being held. There's another hearing scheduled for next Tuesday.
I think everybody would agree he's definitely a threat. I mean, I've been doing this for over 4 decades. I've seen fights in the courtrooms. I've seen outbursts, but this was one of a kind.
What Dirt says they were consuming Panera bread lemonade and they passed away. So
he did?
I don't know. Is Danny using your account?
The drama began yesterday as 30-year-old
Danny seems to be taking it well
after pleading guilty to attempted battery. At first, he sounds reasonable as he asks for a break.
I feel like I shouldn't be sit in prison.
Then the judge notes his long criminal history, including convictions for robberies and battery.
Got a lot going on, sir.
Yeah, he's got a history of assaulting people, and it's also one thing is if you're a repeat offender and you've gone to prison multiple times, the next time you go to prison, you're going to get more on your sentence. And I know there's a lot of problems with our U.S. like prison system and everything, and criminal justice system. And like I said, like 2/3 of like people in prison aren't violent criminals, violent offenders. So I do feel that a lot of people don't deserve kind of the long penalties. We send people to prison for much longer than they should. But you have these kind of people in all countries, and you have like your thugs. And this is where it's very hard to feel sorry for them when you look at how they're a repeat offender. And you have two groups of people. You have people on the right where it's just like, let's ignore genetic and environmental factors. Let's ignore socioeconomic status. And anybody that goes to prison, let's ignore problems with like social institution. And they must do something to bring it on themselves. But then you have people on the other extreme where it's like, yeah, you can't hold people to any level of accountability. And everyone's just a blind little puppy where you just blame the state for everything. And it's just with people like this where they have that kind of mentality of just like, hey, like, I don't get my way, I punch you in the face. It's just, okay, I understand that they might grow up in a rough setting, but do they know right from wrong? You can't claim that they know that what they're doing is unethical. So, and how much can you blame that on just their, I don't know, their upbringing?
I'm in a better place in my life.
The judge isn't buying his plea for probation.
But I think it's time that you get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to prison multiple times, and how many people had he's engaged in repeated batteries? How many times have just somebody disagreed with him, and because he doesn't get his way, and like a lot of these disagreements, do you think that maybe he's the one being obnoxious? It could be that you see people do this where you disagree with them in politics and they're too stupid to see that they're disagreeing with you, you're disagreeing with them. It's kind of the stupid shit where it's not separating subjective schema from objective truth, where you might bring up something that they don't agree with, like gun policy, and then they act like you're objectively saying things that you shouldn't say. Like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, like shit like that. And it's just, they want to live in that kind of echo chamber where just nobody thinks differently than they do. And it's crap like with media. If they like football and NASCAR, if they like Call of Duty, and if you criticize Call of Duty, you don't know what you're talking about, you piece of shit. Fuck you. But then if people like stuff that they don't like, they can sit there and be like, no, that sucks. So it's just, they can be as crass as they please when it comes to like their opinions. Their opinions are just facts, but then there's so many people that you disagree with them and they just get angry and they have the right to cuss you out. And how many times do you think that's what it is? It's like somebody is disagreeing with him over something. He doesn't get to have his way. It's the like, fuck you, and he just gets mad and starts attacking the person. But they deserved it because they would keep their mouth shut.
You have no clue what you're talking about, John.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think?
I just said it. Me and Mickey Richards think you have no clue what you're talking about, you druggie.
The last thing he said was thanks Obama. Oh no, it refreshed. John has no clue. What he's like. Well, enlighten me. He's shaking his head. Like, enlighten me. What am I? How am I misguided?
That's when chaos erupts.
You see that? He grabbed her by her hair.
Right,
see that? Look.
Court officers in the Las Vegas courtroom pounce.
She probably did. She probably did get really.
I mean, you can. She's not that old, but she's still like an older lady, and she's pretty small. And the thing is, you can kill people through punching them. You don't have to be somebody who knows how to fight. You can be somebody who's never got in a fight before. You don't have to be that strong. And that happens where somebody gets mad at somebody and they just punch them in the face, kill them on the spot. It's not that uncommon. Now you're facing manslaughter, second-degree murder, like a lot of really serious charges. And a lot of people don't really consider that, you know what, you are the likelihood of somebody even dying because of it, facing traumatic brain injury, is pretty high.
Protect yourself from his blows. 4 minutes later, as a court officer nurses a head injury, Judge Mary Kay Houthis reappears, clearly reeling from the attack. Redden's foster mother was in court.
You're saying that's like trying to teach Spanish to a literal dog turd on the side of the highway. Well, I'm not talking about trying to teach them anything. I'm just talking about ethically. You probably can't change them, but these kind of people, you can hold them accountable. It's and it's kind of hard to be like, oh yeah, let's treat them like they just don't know any better. And I do find that there's a lot of hippy dippy kind of people that want to they a bunch of bleeding hearts, and they'll do that. Where if you criticize people that fall into the dude bro category, the kind of thug, I punch you in your mouth if you think differently than I do. If you criticize people that have that kind of mentality and engage in that behavior, they act like you're mocking a developmentally disabled person. And you know what? I think they can be held accountable. They know right from wrong. They're not just pure, innocent, blind little puppies that are complete victims in every way. I think to a certain degree, you gotta admit that they're old enough. Maybe if it's a 16-year-old raised in a really bad setting and they're doing stupid shit like that, cut them some slack. But once you're out of your early 20s and crap, I think you know right from wrong. You can't just use they're a victim of their environment excuse anymore.
Now, John Morgan, I may be a simple, small-town country lawyer, but if you replay the evidence, it is quite clear, based on the trajectory and velocity at which the defendant was lifted, that he was very clearly under the influence of a demonic possession.
Yeah, it was a ghost. A ghost picked him up.
I don't think he's making that argument.
I am. Me and
people are making that argument by proxy.
You can look at the footage. That was a ghost. But you know what this reminds me of, Gene?
Yes.
Sir, it reminds me, sir, of people that I have kicked out of my community, and then afterwards they do really horrible shit, and then so they show me that I should have gotten rid of them even further, you know? And this is a lot like that. He's like, I really straightened out my life and getting stuff together, and she goes, nope. I'm not buying that. And he leaps and tries to fucking attack her, therefore showing her that she was right.
Yeah.
And he's not straightening his shit out.
Well, he's in court because he engaged in another criminal offense.
When
he's a repeat offender.
And then he's going to commit another offense in the courtroom too.
Mickey says, I think John's been drinking. This rant is confusing. Well, I do think I'm a little listless because I have headache. But what's confusing about it? Are you confused about
Mickey?
My kind of
Mickey likes attacking people. Okay, he believes in that kind of lifestyle.
In an exclusive interview with Inside Edition today, Karen Springer says Redden was off his meds.
What he did, no shape, form, or fashion do I condone it. I was just as heartbreaking and shocked as anyone else.
What is he diagnosed with? I mean, he has ADD, he's off his meds, so I don't know.
He just snaps.
Redden's outburst is just the latest instance of violence aimed at judges. We spoke to TV judge Glenda Hatchett.
It really is very disturbing that someone would just snap like that. And it could have easily been a lot worse.
You know what I don't get about this?
The judge wasn't
is why it's even notable? Because wouldn't this kind of thing happen?
Wouldn't this
kind of thing happen? No, that he attacked the judge. I would think that happens all the time. People trying to attack people in the courtroom.
It's not that common. I mean, I've seen cases in really extreme cases where somebody murdered somebody and they're smiling and stuff, and one of the relatives of the victim runs up and attacks them. I've seen cases where one dude attacked his lawyer, but when somebody runs up and attacks a judge, I mean, usually they do things with really violent criminals where they at least have them in handcuffs or they're
going to start doing that with this guy. That's for sure. He's not going to be able to stand in court without that. Natty said, Shabisky, is this your second channel? This is the podcast that we do once a week, Natty.
Yes.
The Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast, Natty.
This is our channel, but supporting it does help Shab. What's that, Dirt?
Natty found us? Dude, shout out to Natty Like King.
Well, they've been in this chat before.
Have they? I don't remember.
I've seen them around. Yeah, I've seen them in a decent amount of our streams.
Badly hurt, but a called officer was taken to the hospital.
All right, it's time for a flashback. Remember Tetris? The classic video game where you try to stack the falling blocks?
Now, I don't know much about how Tetris works, but yeah, this is the first person to ever beat Tetris.
Before they reach the top of the screen, you see it right there. Well, it was created back in 1984, and for decades, it was considered unbeatable, but that's not the case anymore. And why? Well, a 13-year-old Willis Gibson made it further in the game, even than the developers anticipated. He quite literally crashed the code, and our Valerie Castro is here.
That's like Pac-Man, where it's something like when you get to the 60-something level or whatever, the game crashes. So it's just, and there are quite a few older games that are like that, where they're supposed to go on continuously, but if you get far enough, eventually, the game's programming just can't process it and it will crash.
Blockbuster of a story. Valerie, how did he do it?
Well, Zinkle, what's maybe even more incredible that the fact that
he beat
this game, his reaction when he did it. You would have thought he won the
Pac-Man.
lottery. The crashing Tetris took more than just luck. Despite his
it's me as a 12-year-old.
Willis Gibson did not pass out, but he did beat the video game Tetris, a feat thought to be nearly impossible.
I can't feel my fingers.
In fact, he's believed to be the first
he
person
looks
to
kind of
do
like
so.
me.
I'm really excited about getting it and excited
Look,
to
it's Jane.
The middle schooler, known by the name Blue Scooty in the gaming world, made it to level 157 on the original Nintendo version of the game, strategically stacking.
I need to find a photo of myself when I was 12.
Eventually triggering what gamers call
looks like a clone.
When you do make it that far, the game just can't handle it, and it just crashes.
Those original programmers are Alexei Pajitnov and Hank Rogers. Pajitnov created the game back in 1984.
Russian,
Rogers later helped bring it to the masses.
Of course, his reaction is great. So that's like the epic, how can I say, the epic achievement. And but what it took for him to get there, I mean, was incredible determination.
Determination that we thought was worthy of a big surprise.
We do have someone that wanted to say hello to you and surprise you.
Yeah, I'm Alexei Pajitnov. I'm creator of Tetris, and congrats for you guys to beat the program which kind of existed for many years and played by hundreds of millions of people. That's quite a achievement, I would say.
See, I mean,
What do you think, Willis?
Russia, they may have been behind things like the Holodomor, the draining of the Aral Sea, the invasion of Ukraine. but if it wasn't for Russia, we wouldn't have had Tetris. So I think that absolves them of any and all accountability.
It's true.
Thank you.
Hank, do you want to go ahead and
I think we should
yourself?
forgive them for any past things they've done in the
Well, to
recent
be
years.
I'm joking. You shouldn't treat people like they're a Borg.
I'm not. I
forgive
Russia.
Alexei, to bring Tetris to the rest of the world. And what you've done is an amazing, amazing achievement.
Now that you've crashed this game, do you think you're going to keep playing Tetris?
I'm going to keep playing it because the competitive side of Tetris in tournaments is
He would
really
be
cool.
a dumb fuckwad not to, because his channel probably blew up from this shit. He probably blew up on the internet from this, and if he just continues doing Tetris streams, he's probably having thousands of viewers every stream and stuff after accomplishing this.
Or even just playing any games at all.
Maybe even more than thousands. Yeah, but if he sticks to Tetris, he's more likely. It's more likely to do well because that's what is blowing him up.
I think he'd be proud.
Wow, how cool. I'm sure he's going to remember that literally for the rest of his life.
He's a great kid, yeah.
I mean, what was his secret to winning? Did he have a specific technique that he used?
Yes, so I am no gamer. I'm not an expert, but he says there is a
Why don't I play Tetris? I don't know.
I like how she said,
I
think he'll remember that literally for the rest of his life, instead of saying like he'll remember that for the rest of his life. Because how would he forget this? Like, oh yeah, just one day it's like, wait, I was on the news? Tetris?
Well, what if he's like in his 80s and has like Alzheimer's or dementia?
Okay, excluding that. Nobody in their life would accomplish something like this. And then
he disagrees with somebody using logic and reasoning, and they get mad and punch him in the head, and
then he forgets about Tetris. Tetris, what's that?
Called rolling.
Or he becomes a vegetable or something.
And it's the way that you hold the remote control in your hands. He says he watched YouTube videos on how to do this. So that is his secret to winning. He also plays hours at a time. He plays in tournaments, but his mom says, look,
secret to winning. Do your homework.
He's pretty good about knowing when to put the controller down, and she says half the time he just goes out, rides his bike like any other kid.
Oh, love that. I'm excited to see what this any other kid, though, becomes in the future.
I asked him that. I said, what do you want to be when you grow up? He said, it's too early for me to figure that out.
Well, it seems like he's got a lot of stuff figured out, though.
He's a genius kid. Modesty. Too young to know what I want to do 100% yet. Need more kids like this.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
But hey, like, he probably doesn't have sex with a lot of the bitches and stuff, or when he gets into high school and stuff, that won't happen. And he doesn't, like, I could kick his ass and stuff, so yeah.
When he's
he's
an adult.
Well, that's what I said.
Okay.
Well, these are the kind of people that think that your dude bros kind of think that, like, teenagers, there's something wrong with you if you're not just having sex with a bunch of, people.
How many bitches have you hooked up with this week, Gene?
None, but I don't claim to be a dude bro who cherishes that kind of shit.
5 hour energy,
on the NBC News app, or follow us on social media.
In Austin, Texas, Monica Sanchez thought her driver's license renewal would be no problem.
I expected to get my license in the mail, and instead I got the...
600,000 Texas drivers lose their license under state program. Why are they complaining? I can't... The government won't let me drive. They're ableist.
Letter stating that my license had been suspended because of the...
I had a seizure once and got into a car accident, and now, like, every time I've applied to get my license again, they've denied it. So,
well, this is...
I know.
Unpaid tickets, and I started riding the bus.
She traced the issue back to tickets from years earlier.
Around that time, I was going through a divorce. I was a housewife, so I wasn't working at the time, and I didn't really have the funds at the time to pay.
Well, it is kind of like, like a third of Americans can't afford like a $300 emergency. So a lot of people, it's just
Are they gonna send her this license thing, but they haven't been sending her reminders that she owes these bills?
They probably have.
Yeah, she's acting like oh, I was a single housewife back then. It's like, well, what about the other 200 pieces of mail you received telling you that you owe these tickets? I mean, like, I don't know.
Well, I do think that some states are a bit obnoxious when it comes to the kind of tickets they hand out and everything.
Sure.
Like, they can make a lot of money off of it, like the local and state governments. So sometimes they, I think it's in like Pennsylvania, where a lot of people travel there in the tri-state area, in the areas that like lead into the state. They just had police stationed there because to drive in and ticket people that are traveling and driving through the freeway, and it's like make money off of that. So I think there's some level where the states are a bit excessive. And then on top of all that, like I said, like 300 or like a third of people can't even afford a $300 emergency. And you can blame a lot of that on like a lot of flawed government policy. So it's like the government wants them to pay these driving tickets. And the issue there is maybe they should give them other options. I understand that, okay, if a person's speeding, you can't just let people engage in any careless driving, but there should be more alternative approaches to penalizing them.
I don't know. It just seems like there should be a lot of warnings leading up until this. I don't know if she got a lot of warnings saying, hey, you're going to lose your license. You don't.
Well, they probably having a difficult time paying it. That's the point. They're given warnings, but they just living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford that few $100 emergency. They just can't.
What do you think, Dirt?
And then I also, like, one thing is, I know people that will go to court every time they get a ticket, and a lot of times the officer writing the ticket, they need to show up in court, and a lot of times they just won't. So unless you are, like, captured on camera doing something, a lot of times if you get a ticket that's, like, written by the officer, it's pretty much guaranteed that you're going to get off if you actually go to court. So a lot of people aren't aware of that option that they have.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's something just small and stuff, the judge will probably just like let it slide or whatever.
Well, not just let it slide. The problem is that you need that officer to show up and testify on their behalf for
and
like,
they won't
the ticket.
show up a lot of the time.
Yeah. Is Dirk trying to talk?
I don't know. Drunken Crow.
Oh no, you elucidated what I was trying to say very perfectly, John.
Oh.
Yeah, it was weird because we couldn't hear you at first there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's okay. You asked me what I thought, and then John told you what I thought.
What a prick, right? Fuck you, John. For once, shut the fuck up. Okay?
Yeah.
I told
Spiraled,
him
she
off,
says, into
right,
about
guys?
$2,000 of tickets and court fees. Those fees racked up in part because of Texas's failure to appear, failure to pay program, also known as Omnibase, after the company that services the fee payments. Until people pay or appear.
And he says, and then if they, if they are and you lose, you get to pay court fees. Well, it's like what I said, Nicholas Rosa. A lot of those scenarios where you go to court, it's actually, it's pretty much guaranteed that you'll get off. And if you're getting tickets on multiple cases, even if there is one case where you lose and have to pay court fees, you're probably still going to save money from all the times you get off.
Yeah, if it's something small and you go in there and you're respectful to the judge and stuff, that makes sense. They'll probably just let a little ticket slide.
But it's not just that. It's like I said, there's that kind of, I guess, policy where you need the officer there to present their case, and chances are they're just not going to show up. They pretty much never do. So there's also that technicality.
Here in court, a hold is placed on their license renewals. But critics say the holds disproportionately impact low-income and minority communities. Sanchez is one of more than 600,000 Texans who have lost their licenses under this program, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. Desperate for help, Monaco reached out to
these guys are wrong. This is the motto.
Poverty.
Do crime all the time, never pay a dime.
And the other issue is America is very car-centric. So there's lots of congestion on the roads. People need their car to get anywhere.
But doesn't it make sense that if somebody is a repeat offender with breaking laws with a car that
well, it depends on what kind of laws we're talking about.
Yeah, but then what do we do with people that just are like, oh, I'll never pay I just won't pay the ticket. I'll buy myself some new. Well, they're not getting.
Well, I'm not talking about that.
She's not being told she can't get a license again, right? She's just getting her.
Well, the point I'm trying to make now is that, like, because people are so reliant on cars in most parts of the United States, unless you live in, like, there's only like 2 or 3 cities that probably have reliable public transportation, like New York and LA. So many people, it's just, you need to have a car in order to get anywhere. which makes us very unique compared to most developed countries because we don't have reliable transportation at all. And that's an element of poor state institution. So that's something that we kind of need to change.
Policy Director Sarah Mae Jennings says a simple $300 ticket can break the bank for many Texans, and added fees.
And another thing that people do on the road is it's like nobody drives the speed limit. It's pretty much something that everyone does. Everyone drives like 10 miles above the speed limit. And when you have that, it's like when everyone pretty much does that, even police. And police, when they're driving, a lot of times they'll drive much more. They'll break the laws more than most people do when it comes to driving over the speed limit. So that's one issue. Is it's just cops will pull people over if they happen to be there, and they're pulling people over for something that everyone does, even the cops. And then if a cop gets pulled over by another cop, well, they're a cop, so the cop's going to let them pass.
Shab, were you just bragging to me about having a 5-hour energy?
Yeah, baby boo.
Shab's so proud of
that ain't shit to my 48 hours of energy I got in my hands.
Get the B12 stackers. Did you?
It's like 1 week of energy.
Yep, I'm gonna have 48 hours of energy straight right here when I drink all 5 of these.
Well, if you drink this, you're guaranteed to not sleep for a whole month.
Were you influenced to get that from me?
Yeah, Gene, you always got the red one. Should I drink the red one, the purple one, or the pink one?
Say the red one.
I'd say that I was maybe influenced by you to start like taking those B12s that I've been getting, and that's the whole reason I got this. I wanted like some sort of B12.
Ruby Jules in the house now.
Clients come to us desperate. They are like, I have been stuck in this heap of legal debt and Class C tickets in a way that now feels unnavigable to me. A DWI, right, carries with it a year-long suspension. 2/3.
Well, that's something that
right here.
What's that?
I got my John Morgan potion right here.
Yeah,
it's just one shot of B12.
No, I need to patent my own energy drink.
Hey, there you go. You'll be the next bang guy.
Yeah, start my chain. Well, here, when they're like talking about DUIs, that's something like I'm talking about people like driving slightly over the speed limit. I don't feel sorry for people who get in trouble for DUIs. It's just you know better. Don't take a cab or an Uber. Find somebody else to drive you home. I know a lot of states and stuff, there's programs where on the weekends, if you call them, if you don't have money, they'll actually pay for a cabs for you to get home and so forth. So that's an area where I'm not going to cut you some slack.
People impacted by Omnibase are impacted by it for more than 2
Where's
years.
our B12
So
sponsorship, dude? We need Stackers sponsorship right now, dude.
Yeah. You start looking into sponsors for the video.
We
probably need more viewers to do that.
We need to get B12 suppositories.
Yo, there you go, Gene. That's our product. That's how we're going to break into the market.
No, we need B12 injections.
Yeah, like
a state where public transportation is
on our show.
Injections.
On our show, I'll take a belt and strap around my arm and like. We need to start doing that regularly on the show.
With promo code PP10.
Yeah, buy yours today, guys.
Yeah, but what about B12 nasal drops?
No, we'll do the snuff, just straight powder.
Nasal drops? You're gonna snort it?
No, you've never. There's some medicine where the way you take it is there's droplets,
like Afrin or something like that.
Yeah,
different nasal sprays. But no, fuck that. Cut the middleman. We're going.
They even have vaccines.
We needed a powdered form to have a snuff, so you can toot it.
But they actually something that's more common now because of people that have like needle phobias. They do have like a lot of vaccines. They have some kind of like nasal like drip thing that people can get vaccines that way.
And a poor substitute for driving, getting behind the wheel without a license can feel like the only option.
And actually, after 2 convictions for driving while licensed and valid, that's a jailable offense.
So it's a very slippery slope that starts with just a $200 or $300 ticket.
Exactly.
Critics question whether the program is effective.
And that's a lot of where they take the risk. They'll drive even though their license is suspended because it's the only way for them to get to work. They'll lose their home and stuff. And because America, it has this backwards sort of culture where it's very car centric and you need a car to get anywhere. People are fucked. And there's people who living in poverty in the suburbs where they're living paycheck to paycheck. And they talk about how they're constantly on edge. They can't afford to fix something if the car like breaks down at all, if like the brake pedal like malfunctions. They just can't get it repaired. They can't afford it, and they need their car.
Payments. One report found it actually results in $45 less collected per case. Omnibase declining to comment.
Yeah, but if we were talking to Raisin Girl, she would just claim that, yeah, you just walk everywhere. Oh, well, then just move to the city. It's like, yeah, all these people that can't afford a few $100 emergency.
That's a straw man, Gene.
Yeah, everyone on like in the country needs to just this mass migration to the city when most people live in the suburbs.
Yeah, like the people
they can't afford to fix their car, but
like the
yeah,
people
the solution
in Gaza,
is just move.
The people in Gaza, why don't they just move to America? Like, what's
yeah, it's that simple. Yeah.
Of Texas lawmakers
So
in April,
dumb.
a company representative praised the program as fair and effective.
The program doesn't.
I need to go on a mini rant here, but I just thought it was funny when she did that, where it shows her how contrarian she is. Where we were doing a stream before that, where we're talking about in Palestine, like Ohio, the train that blew up and stuff, and she brought up America's like poor state institution, but then the following story we're covering, which is about poor American state institution being car-centric, she's like talking about how like, oh yeah, why don't people just like be, like making these arguments that you expect somebody on the far right to make?
Poor and minority communities. If this program is repealed, we will likely see an increase in failures to
I don't
appear
think
across
you were
the
there
state.
on that stream.
Absolutely see greater use of warrants.
The Texas Department of Public Safety telling NBC News in part that it's required by law to maintain the failure to appear program, and assistance for low-income drivers can be provided. There are some alternatives. People with holds can apply for interim occupational driver's licenses, relief of fees, and alternative ways to pay back their debt, like community service. But Jennings says few people know these opportunities exist. And it's not just Texas. Across states like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, North Carolina, Ohio, and Florida, similar programs impact
Ignorance is
hundreds of
not an
thousands more
excuse. Do
people.
your research. Pay your debt to society. The laws are there to read.
Well, there's so many. Congress passes a few hundred laws a year, and that's just on the federal level. There's laws that go back to like the 17th or the 18th, 19th century that haven't been like redacted yet, and then
So we would have frowned at a cop in New Jersey.
Like Benjamin Franklin said when our country was in its infancy that it's impossible for anybody to go their lifetime without accidentally breaking a few laws. So that's one problem is like, how is somebody, there's so many laws, how is somebody supposed to know what's legal and what's not legal? And then a lot of times you also need people to enforce the laws. So a lot of times you just have people that don't enforce it.
But back in the Lone Star State, Monica still trying to put her life back together.
It is frustrating. It's depressing. I honestly wish that I wasn't in this position. I was
Do I
already
keep
down,
freezing,
and it
or is
feels
that
like
just
I'm being
on
kicked
one of
again
y'all's end?
to stay down?
No, you keep freezing. I blame.
But when it comes to that issue of not being informed of what the laws are, I think some crimes, serious crimes, like, oh, I didn't know it was illegal to rob a bank. Yeah, stuff like that. I don't think you give somebody a warning. But I think like most petty crimes, if it's like, oh, I didn't know that you couldn't touch that endangered animal. Oh, I didn't know that it was like illegal to, like, I don't know, drink like drink in public. In this municipality, the zip code over, you can legally drink in public. I think with most crimes, it's just give the person a warning instead of a ticket. And cops can do that if they pull you over. They can give you a written warning. It goes in the system. So that's one way to educate people. It's like crimes that aren't like murder or assault or something and like extreme theft. I think give them a warning. Now they know. Knowing is half the battle.
If it feels illegal, it's probably illegal.
Well, I get there was a kid who had a permanent marker, like in his supplies at school, and there was this law in the city. I think it was in Dallas, Texas, where minors can't own permanent markers because of like graffiti. It's like you can buy them at any store. How would anybody fucking know that? And the teacher happened to know about that law, and she actually called the police, and the kid had to face criminal charges. It's just that there's this one guy who was and now this is a little bit more well known, but when people first started to have cell phones and connecting to Wi-Fi was kind of a new thing. There's this one cop that found out that he didn't know what the guy was doing, and he was just after work using the Starbucks internet to check his emails, like on his phone. And then the cop later found out that, hey, that's actually a crime. So the next time he was doing it, the cop arrested him. So, and that's something where that's a law that for a while everyone's breaking, because your phone, like a lot of phones, they like automatically connect to the closest Wi-Fi. So I'd say there's lots of laws where how the fuck would you know that that's illegal? Why would you even think it's illegal?
Jenny says many of her clients recognize that they've made mistakes and they want to pay back what they owe, but they just had no idea that the cost would be this severe. Now, Sanchez has been able to carve off about $1,000 in fees thanks to the nonprofit's help. And in the meantime,
yes,
I have a TikTok video I want us to watch because I wanted you to judge it and end the comment section. Can we do that at some point?
Yeah, send me the
or
link.
Should I send you the link huh?
Yeah, we can do it now.
Jennings and her team are working.
Can I send it to your Twitter or something?
No, just send me the link in Discord. You're literally on Discord.
Don't be weird about it, Shab.
Gene makes this so awkward.
Well, I had the Discord app open, and I'd have to open up another tab and go to Twitter.
Yeah, if Gene opens up Twitter on stream, you're gonna see all the dicks on his feed.
Well, it's not that. It's that on Brave, because Brave uses VPNs, it's gonna tell me like, hey, did you log in? But then on Chrome, I have a bunch of different
Gene,
like
we don't need to know your whole
like the
life
live
story.
chat.
Okay,
Oh.
we don't need to know your whole fucking life story, Gene.
Shab doesn't know how to be pragmatic.
Okay.
Pragmatism, Shab, executive functioning. Learn it.
You're pregnant.
I like how the same. When did you start buying these Energy B12s, Shab?
This is my first time ever having one.
That's so funny, bro. Because we did not coordinate this, but we both were like, "Fuck, dude, we need to get on Gene's level. We need some caffeine going."
Look at what I got.
Literally, just this week, I was like, "Man, I saw them in the grocery store. Like they're like $1 a piece. Fuck it, I loaded up."
Look at what I got. I got a fidget spinner.
Wow, Gene, that's gonna keep your autism way under control.
Yeah, keep it at bay.
I don't have autism, motherfucker. The thing is, you'd say that. I know you're joking, but there might be other people in the chat that are like, "Oh, he has autism."
Yeah, you're right.
Look, Gene's retarded.
Autism is not a laughing matter.
No,
it's
it's
the only thing that
hilarious.
can lead to a person buying a fidget spinner.
It's a hilarious man.
Yeah, you might be at a store and you see it, and you're like on vacation, and it's like, oh, it's $1. Why not?
No, I just thought it was funny that just by
I'm very
happenstance, this
curious.
was the week that me and Shab were both like, yeah, it's B12 time.
Yeah.
Are you gonna send me the link?
He's trying. God, don't.
Well, how long does it take?
Okay, so basically, there's this like little kid, and his mom started recording him saying things, and people were like, "Wow, he's so intelligent and stuff." So I want you to play that, and I guess maybe you won't be able to see the comment that I wanted to read, but I'll just read it myself when we're.
Gene, can you build a puzzle, Gene?
Oh, and the comment was the reason why I wanted you to. Okay, so.
Oh my God! Stop. Pause. Hold the fuck up. This is one of my personal favorite rabbit holes right here. The star seeds, dude. They're fun. Maybe we should do a PPP special on star seeds.
What's a star seed?
Maybe that's a
Wait. It's not working. It's showing 0, 0.
Click the play button. Click the play button.
Well, I did. It's not working.
Oh, what a load of dog dick.
Refresh the page or something.
I did. Here, just share your screen and play it on your end.
Okay, let's see.
Just a little on the fly editing. This is what video stream production's all about.
Okay, so all right, you guys
Hey, one
watching?
sec.
Oh, hold up. Let me join yours. So yeah, Shab, do you want me? Would you rather me explain what a star seed is before or after watching?
What's this? Okay, I'm assuming star seed it's some sort of like not astrology, but astrology.
Some kind of poisonous plant.
It's that kind of bullshit.
Some kind of spike you put in somebody's drink.
What if I told you it was even worse?
It sounds worse.
Okay, so here's what a starseed believes. So a starseed is a person who has been reincarnated on this planet at this very point in time in history to carry out a very specific and holy mission.
Whoa, what a loser.
They've lived countless past lives among countless civilizations, and they are very, very ancient spirits that are inhabiting.
Yeah, they're real special.
This is a crucial moment in evolutionary human history for the starseeds to come here now.
So they're an avatar.
Yes.
That is so
well,
stupid.
An avatar
They're so
with a bunch of
special.
woo-woo bullshit behind it.
I'm special. Okay, so here's the video.
They're very curious. What is God? What is God? Is God...
So God is an
God's
energy
a
that is
myth.
used to create something. So you know souls, right?
Yeah.
Souls.
Hold on, listen to his
is an energy
explanation.
that is used
Hold
to
on.
create
Wait, it's frozen?
something. So you know souls, right?
What?
Well, it's the video keeps, you can hear it fine, but keeps like lagging, and I just play it.
What are you talking about? It's fine.
Souls have the God energy in them.
Okay.
So let's say you took away the God energy from anything. It would just become nothing. Field. It's a field.
That's fascinating.
You can't ask it stuff. You can pray to it.
You can?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Such a genius with his word salad.
If someone doesn't believe in God, then I guess you don't believe in yourself, because basically every single living thing, and not even living thing, every single atom, every single piece of energy is made from the God source.
Wow, this is fascinating. So what is the God source?
Even
What is
space and time itself is created from that.
Ooh.
That's amazing. What is the God source?
You know what? God is essence.
Does it look like a person?
God is
what is
like
it
the spirit, the
It
soul.
just looks like what's in front of it. It just looks like what they're looking at. Like you can't really see it. It's just kind of, it looks like what it is.
Because a lot of people say
when
that
you
it looks
feel
like
its
a bright light.
presence,
Normally
that
it looks
is
like
God.
a bright light, but if a human were to look at it, it would just be invisible because it's what.
Why does he crawl around the car like a monkey like this?
Because he's a starseed. That's
You're
probably how he
so
went around his
judgmental, Shab.
spaceship
It's,
when he was
well, I'm
a
just
child.
thinking about it, and it's like, this car looks kind of nice. Why are you letting your kid crawl around it like it's a monkey like that? I don't know.
He's a starseed,
But
Shabisky. He can do whatever he wants.
I would tell my kid, like, why are you fucking doing this? Sit in the seat like a person. Like, oh, okay.
God, Shab.
Like, no, seriously. I don't know.
I think she's doing that because she wants to. It's like this hipster thing to like do videos in your car, and I think she wants to have him right in the shot, right next to her.
Yeah, yeah.
And if he's sitting in the like adjacent seat, then like I guess she wouldn't be able to have the shot. So
she's a
whatever, it's her car. Who gives a fuck?
She's a seed bearer, whatever the fuck dirt.
You're making me defend a sea bearer. With his like shoes and stuff, she can just wipe down the like what he's like standing on with like disinfected like wipes.
Yeah, whatever. All right, back. So this is the reason why I wanted to play this for you. Is I looked in the comment section, right? And there's a comment with 5,707 likes, and this is what it says. He's actually breaking down quantum physics in the most basic way. Amazing. Heart emoji.
I don't think that person's taken a lot of courses in physics.
The God energy is like in everything. So if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in anything.
I think in more advanced quantum physics, they'll talk about electromagnetism, the like strong, weak nuclear force. They'll talk about
the God, whatever, within everything.
Well, they'll talk about anti-particles, like different quarks, leptons. They're not gonna talk about God energy. That's not part of that paradigm.
What? No, that's
you'll be taught
of
about the Higgs
physics.
bosons, the mesons. You're not taught about the God particle.
You're clearly.
I'm pretty sure that's not part of the paradigm that they have.
And you know what I hate? I hate women like this raising their.
I hate women.
I hate
Yeah,
women like
Shab's a
this
sexist.
raising their kids like this. It's fucking stupid. Because
You
this
wanna know what the
kid
worst
is
part
being
is?
brainwashed, huh?
True, for sure. But you know what's even worse than that, Shab?
In
my humble opinion, well, yes, it very likely is this one woman or perhaps both parents, imprinting their delusion on their child who wouldn't know any better.
Indoctrination.
But that's no worse than any organized religion.
Yeah.
Same shit to me.
Yes and
honestly.
no. Yes and no.
Yes
it
and
can
no,
be
but the only
worse.
difference is numbers. I mean, look up Starseeds, bro. There's a whole fucking bunch of these motherfuckers, dude. The only difference is they don't have a church to meet up in. They do it on Tumblr.
Yeah, what's
Yeah, but
different
what we're
from
seeing-
this, or like teaching your kid about Mormonism, or teaching your kid about Jehovah God? I mean,
there's going to be a certain level of delusion, more or less, that's being like put onto that kid and everything. I think this is even more delusional, it seems, than the normal religious talking we'll hear. This kid thinks he's a professor or something, and his mom is telling him, like, yes, you're some special soul that was born into this.
Separate from, like, I think that's separate from, like, the more religious aspect, teaching your kids fairy tales. I think that's more the realm of, like, teaching your kid that they're special, like, stroking their ego too much, teaching them that they're a genius compared to other kids when they don't really have anything to show
your
for
child
it.
will have delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's indoctrination still, and I think it's probably even bad to just tell your kid that Santa's real. But this is taking it to a whole new level.
That's such a killjoy.
This takes it to a whole new level.
It's fun trolling kids about Santa.
Telling me starseeds are fake, and now Santa's not real. I'm unsubscribing.
I hate this bitch. I do.
So my younger relatives, it's like kids say the darnest things, them believing in Santa. It provides a lot of those like kids say the darnest things, funny moments. Who cares? It's like when I found out Santa was fake, I didn't really give that much of a shit.
Well, what I think the problem, what I feel like the problem is that you're dealing with somebody who's brand new to this world. They're trying to learn about this world, and you start feeding them lies. You start feeding them a delusion of what reality is before they get to figure out what reality is. And I think that isn't crazy to say. I think that's not a healthy road to path to go down.
Fun.
I think it might be healthier to just tell the kid what reality is.
My grandfather had tattoos, and when we asked him where he got his tattoos from, he told all the grandkids that he was in the army and he rescued an Indian princess, and she gave him tattoos.
Yeah. Which, I mean, the thing is that to me is way more innocent, I think, than telling your kid that Santa's real. I think
teaching your kids that Native Americans are still like in the teepees doing the like peyote ritual.
Is that what he said? He said he saved a princess.
No, but he depicted it as like, yeah, it's like they're a princess where they're still kind of in a primitive sort of
I think
hunter and gatherer.
I think that's a lot more. I think that's a lot more close to telling them reality than telling them that there's a magical flying fat man who delivers things to all around the world. That's way more of a stretch. The fat man flying around with reindeer.
Man, I don't know. I was gonna say it'd be fun maybe to do a star seed of the week, but yeah, I mean, I don't think we could do it without just being mean.
I like being mean.
Trolling kids. My one cousin, in my neighborhood, there was this one neighbor where they were building this makeshift kind of tree house or whatever, and they never finished it. And it was in the middle of the woods where it was really. I guess they could have gotten in trouble if the right person saw it because it's kind of out of their property and public forest property. But I told him that there was a girl named Lisa Turner that lived in it, and the neighbors all give her bread, and she's a feral kid. And and he believed it. And I told her, I told him that she was pretty violent, and hostile. You don't want to go in the woods.
That's fucked up, John.
What's funny? You actually thought it was true.
Imagine Gene having kids. He'd just be all scaring them every second of every day. Like
yeah, they wouldn't leave the
Dude,
house.
If I ever have kids, I'm going to tell them stories, and it's silly.
He would have the windows blocked out with like steel shutters, like the Purge 1 type shit, and he'd show them.
Well, it was where I live, not where he lived.
That's what it's like outside.
Oh.
Yeah, they'd wake up and he's like nailing boards to the windows and stuff. Dad, what's happening? The zombie apocalypse has begun, kids! Hurry!
No, you don't want the feral children to get in your face.
This is what happens when you don't brush your teeth,
As the White House
kids!
contends with the Israel-Hamas war and the risk of escalating tensions with Iran, all as President Biden faces domestic pressure over his handling of the war.
Well, they sort of lie about that. Like, they teach you that not brushing your teeth pretty much guarantees that they'll rot out, and that's not true. It prevents you from getting bad breath. It definitely decreases your chance of any sort of oral disease. But like when I was a kid, I'd always wonder, well, wait, if people need this kind of like man-made modern sort of cosmetic to not have their teeth rot out and die of tooth decay, wouldn't humans have gone extinct? What about the most of human history where people didn't have toothpaste? And
yeah, they died at 30.
No, they didn't.
No?
The life expectancy was low because the child mortality rate was high.
And plus...
So a large percentage, like close to half of kids would die before they got into the age of 9 or 10.
That your teeth are going to rot out if you don't clean your teeth.
No, that's not true. Because if that's the case, then it's like humans...
If that's the case, John would have no teeth.
No, I brush my teeth. But if that was the case, then humans would have gone extinct because pretty much all humans would, like, no other... That doesn't happen with other animals where they don't clean their teeth and their teeth rot out. It's not guaranteed, and it depends on what food you eat because, I mean, like, alcohol, like, smoking can rot your teeth. A lot of it's because we...
Sugary
snacks. Yeah, sugar eats away at the enamel, but like I'd say your diet probably would have more of an impact on whether you brush your teeth or not. And
pretty much true, yeah.
And the thing is, you said that people died that like at their 30s. They didn't die in their 30s. If you made it to the age of like 9 or 10, you could easily expect to reach your like 60s. Yeah, so Shab doesn't know his history. Shab thought that.
So you're telling me if we look back into it, people back then who were living until their 60s didn't have dental cleaning procedures that they did? They didn't even...
To some extent, depending on where you lived, but like in the end, I mean, germ theory didn't exist until the 19th century. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, like a lot of the reason why you'd want to brush your teeth is it's like wearing deodorant. It's like you don't want to have bad breath. And then it definitely doesn't hurt to do it. And with a lot of modern dieting and other habits like smoking cigarettes can rot your teeth. We know that like alcohol is not good for your teeth. So a lot of people throughout history would lose a lot of their teeth because they would drink excessively. But like in the end, it's not really the case that, hey, not brushing your teeth pretty much guarantees that all your teeth are going to rot.
I don't think you're a dentist.
Well, I mean, you got to consider probably one of the first human phrases to be uttered in any language was probably "let's fuck," and the second phrase was probably very likely "no, you stink." Unless it was like, "Oh no, you stink so good," but eventually somewhere along the line it flipped back to "no, stinking is bad." So
I don't think people really
primitive humans were probably having hygiene. Maybe not. You know, I mean, who knows when chewing mint started, Gene? You know.
Yeah, but people like probably were used to the odor and the smell. It's like lots of countries they don't wear deodorant.
No, come on, like
lots of countries they don't wear deodorant, so they just don't notice the smell of BO. They're used to it.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's hot.
Well, I mean, if you were raised in a setting where it's just everyone...
No, sure. I wouldn't know the difference, but damn,
yeah,
that's unfortunate for anyone who would visit that place.
The French.
Do French really not deodorize? Is it the French?
Yeah, a lot of different parts of Europe they don't. I know in Spain, a lot of like Southern European countries, it's like deodorant isn't a typical thing.
Yeah, I mean that's a shame because again, that's a societal thing. Like odors we're used to as a fucking American. If someone didn't put deodorant on for the past couple days, I can smell them when they enter the room.
And then India, a lot of countries, it's like they'll shower once a week because they believe in preserving your body's natural oils. And dermatologists, if you look at what the science says, they say that there's probably benefits to showering just like every 3 days. So it's kind of in between those two standards, showering once a week versus like showering every day. And one of the issues with, I guess, showering every day, like washing your hair every day, apparently it can result in balding, and it actually is bad for your hair. It can actually make your hair get like oily or whatever much more quickly. So there are like problems with washing your hair every day. And then there's, depending on what part of the body you're washing every day, it's actually not that good for your skin to like wash it every day. But like I'd say I exercise every day. So if I'm like running on the treadmill and sweating, like I'm going to take a shower. Plus my hair looks gross if I don't like wash it. So like I shower every day, but apparently it's, according to the experts, once every 3 days, that's not really an unhealthy thing.
Wash your balls every 2 hours.
Every 2 months.
Emergency facing the administration.
I'd say at the very least, I'd say don't wash your hair every day. I'd say if you're going to leave your home, give your armpits a washing. At least, yeah.
Do like a cat, just lick them
set to
clean.
leave today for his 4th trip to the region since the war began. Meanwhile, White House national security officials are meeting to discuss a potential U.S. military response to Iranian-backed attacks in the Red Sea. Houthi militants have launched 25 attacks on commercial ships since mid-November.
So do you know about the Houthi militants, Shab?
Heck no.
Houthis are new to me, dude. I don't know nothing about Houthi who.
So I think they have like around 100,000 members. Christ. And they've been in like a civil war with Yemen for quite a while, or with the government in Yemen. Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, so the very rich Middle Eastern kind of, like, I guess, wealth powers, not necessarily military powers, but they do have a much stronger military than Yemen, and they do pretty much what Israel does to Gaza, where you see how Yemen's enclaved. It shares a border with Oman and stuff, but they don't really allow goods in and out of the country. And with a lot of countries, they've said that they won't trade with them if they trade with Yemen. And Saudi Arabia is the big oil exporter of the world. So we've covered stories with this where Yemen, it's like they aren't able to get supplies in, medical supplies. It's the same thing where there's this mass famine. It's just crippling their economy, holding them in pretty much putting them in this military style of siege or this medieval kind of style of siege. And like Israel, what other country loves to support Saudi Arabia?
Ooh.
French.
Yeah. Canada.
Oh, yeah. Mexico.
Yeah. But I'd say the big one's the United States. And I believe initially it's kind of a similar scenario where we gave weapons and trading to Al-Qaeda, and then they turned against us. I think Saudi Arabia, like in the 80s, there was something going on, and I do think they initially did give them some like weapons and training, and then they kind of went against, turned against Saudi Arabia and stuff, because later they didn't like their government, and Saudi Arabia like preferred a different government installed. So now it's like they're a menace pretty much created by Saudi Arabia and the UAE. That's now they've created their own monster.
Big one today. The U.S. Navy has repeatedly shot down Houthi drones and missiles, and earlier this week sunk 3 Houthi boats in a dramatic confrontation, killing crew members. So on the table,
and of course, one of their big incentives behind what they're doing here is what's going on in Israel.
According to two current administration officials, U.S. strikes on Houthi targets inside Yemen. Yesterday, the White House addressing the rising tensions.
The United States does not seek conflict with any nation or actor in the Middle East, nor do we want to see the war between Israel and Hamas widen in the region. but neither will we shrink from the task of defending ourselves, our interests, our partners, or the free flow of international commerce. It wasn't the United States who decided to attack commercial shipping in the Red Sea. The Houthis did that. And who are the Houthis backed by? Iran. As I've said before, Iran provided the missiles that the Houthis are using. We are simply in a defensive posture to try to protect them.
See, Iran, they're selling the kamikaze drones to Russia. They've been getting involved in supplying weapons. They were providing weapons to Hamas. They're getting involved in giving, what is it, in Lebanon? It's Hezbollah, whatever that group's called. I have a difficult time pronouncing it. Do you know how to pronounce it?
Hezbollah?
Well, yeah. So they've been supplying like weapons and even training to a large amount of the opposition of like the big Arabic states and the U.S. allies in Israel. And then Russia's also come in and done the same thing. So it's like more of the proxy wars. Russia's been supporting coups in Niger against like all the like African Franc nations to fuck with to deal with France. They've been giving airships to like the Burmese government while we've been giving weapons to the rebels. They've so it's proxy wars abroad.
I have a question, John.
That commercial shipping.
Yup.
Is it going to stop mine and Shab's heart if we drink a beer and a stacker?
You're not supposed to mix uppers and downers. I mean, you're not supposed to do like vodka and Red Bull, but beer is only like 10% alcohol. I don't know if I'd risk it if you're not used to it.
It's Voodoo
What's
Ranger.
that?
You've been having heart palpitations recently, Shab?
My heart's always pumping.
High blood pressure,
around.
but alcohol's kind of, I guess, very minor or benign when it comes to sedative effects, unless you drink multiple, but I still wouldn't risk it. Still something you're told not to do.
Now, this all comes amid concerns of escalation with other Iranian proxies, including Hezbollah, as the U.S. envoy is headed to Lebanon to try to defuse tensions after an apparent Israeli strike killed a Hamas leader in Beirut. And then there's the fallout of a pair of deadly blasts in Iran yesterday that killed 85 and injured nearly 300. An ISIS-affiliated group is now claiming responsibility. Iran has...
I didn't know they were going to mention this in this video, but yeah, that's something where, I forget who it was, but it's just like a week ago, somebody was insisting that ISIS was completely exterminated. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they're still around. It's like, here they go. They bombed, like, they killed, like, I think over 100 people in the explosion. So they're still a thing. And there's countless of these different Islamic sort of, like, rebel groups or sort of, like, terrorist groups, whatever you want to call them. They're these, like, non-government militias are all over the place. You got the Houthis, the Habibaloo,
that's not how you pronounce it. Am I frozen for you, Gene, or just for Shab?
What's that?
Am I frozen for you or just for Shab?
Oh, I thought you said, am I voting for you or just for... I'm like,
I'm voting for you.
Yeah.
Have I been freezing for you? Because I just...
No, not for me.
You're good on my end.
has tried to blame Israel and the United States, despite evidence suggesting neither country was involved.
And yeah, they were blaming Israel for quite a while, and then turned out it was ISIS, another Islamic group, and it's the stupid Sunni Shiite thing. We're gonna bomb them because they're this other denomination where they follow the religion slightly differently. Stupid, like in-group, out-group bias. And I know it's the same thing. Hezbollah, they I hope I'm pronouncing it right. They what's that?
You said you pronounced it Hasbro, like Hasbro, the toy company. It's Hezbollah.
Hezbollah. Okay. Well, Hezbollah, they've actually fought against Hamas before because they didn't like the whoever they were trying to prop up in in Gaza, because Hamas, I think they're Sunni, and the Hezbollah, they're Shiites. So it's kind of like now they have this kind of like enemy of my enemy alliance. They've had that for a while, but they have fought, like, I guess, these kind of like minor wars with each other in the past. And Hezbollah is also, like, a while back, I think what's that?
Sorry, allow me to clarify. It's Hezbollah. Hezbollah. Is the
Did you just look it up?
Yes, and Hezbollah is the Russian media personality with dwarfism.
Same thing.
God, Crow. Look at you spreading misinformation. But yeah, in Argentina, Hezbollah, they bombed an Israeli embassy, and they bombed this other Israel or Jewish recreational center, and killed 100-something people. That was in the 80s. So Argentina's I think they were the first nation or one of the first nations to classify them as a terrorist organization. And they also they attacked a U.S. embassy just I think it was in 2014 in Syria, and they killed a handful of Americans.
Is pressuring Israel to do more to protect civilians inside Gaza. Today, the State Department saying Secretary Blinken is ready for difficult conversations with his counterparts.
We don't expect every conversation on this trip to be easy. There are obviously tough issues facing the region and difficult choices ahead. But the Secretary believes it is the responsibility of the United States of America to lead diplomatic efforts to tackle those challenges head on, and he is prepared to do that in the days to come. But we have been working very hard in this building, throughout the administration, and quietly with allies and partners in the region and throughout the world on what the day after ought to look like. Those are going to be some of the toughest conversations, of course, but we're ready to go pursue them.
Meanwhile, at home, the president faces pushback over his handling of the conflict as a senior education.
It's a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know. Most other presidents, I think they would be doing the same thing he is. They're just gonna back all the different American allies and all the global proxy wars, military-industrial complex. Keep it going. Obama really didn't do a good job. He campaigned on evacuating troops. He didn't really do much of that at all. And then he started deploying the troops in a lot of other countries, in Libya and stuff. He didn't shut down Guantanamo Bay. And I just think that, I don't know, how much power do they really have? It seems like a lot of people really twist their arm and really make them just follow through with all the overseas military boondoggles.
An official resigned, and campaign staffers signed an anonymous letter protesting his approach to the war. Joining now is our team of reporters. Courtney Cuby is at the Pentagon, Ali Rafa is at the White House, and Josh Letterman is on the ground in Tel Aviv. And Court, I want to start with you and your exclusive reporting that the Biden administration is considering potential options for strikes against the Houthis. What do you make of these discussions?
What should we do about the Houthis? I know. Chad, you know what my strategy is?
You pee and you poop on them?
God, Chab, I mean, people who come in the stream the first time from other platforms, hey, here's some guys talking about the Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine, and it's yeah, poopy.
Yeah, and they're like, I love this guy.
Oh yeah, but I say that in Yemen we find some other group that's the opposite Islamic denomination. So whatever they are, the Sunni, Shia, we give them a bunch of weapons and training and pit them against that. Don't you think that's an idea, novel idea, found to work?
It's genius, Gene.
Ah.
That's why they call you Gene.
What are the key takeaways in the fact that this has risen to the White House level?
So it's indicative of the fact that this is getting the White House's attention. There's no question about that. And it's not just the threat to commercial shipping, which we have seen, as you mentioned, 25 attacks by Houthis into the Red Sea and the Bab.
Yeah, and I believe 15% of the world's trade goes through the Red Sea. It goes through the Suez Canal.
Mendeb in just over a month's time. Now, the U.S. set up this new maritime mission called Operation Prosperity Guardian, and we heard from the head of U.S. naval forces in the region, Vice Admiral Brad Cooper, earlier today. He said that since that task force was stood up on December 18th, even though there have been 1,500 merchant ships, commercial ships that have transited through that area, none of the Houthi attacks, including missiles and drones, have been successful. None have actually struck any of those ships. But Kristen, the attacks have continued, including the one today that you mentioned, which showed a new capability for the Houthis. They've used drones, anti-ship ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. But this was actually a sea-based drone.
Drones are really changing the tide of war, because certain military groups that don't really have a lot of resources, they don't have navies, they don't have aerial units and so forth. It's now airstrikes give them are kind of evening the playing field a bit, where it's here's a large naval vessel, they can just fly a drone in and kamikaze it.
So an unmanned drone that went, according to Brad Cooper, Admiral Cooper, it left Yemen, it transited out 15 miles, and then it detonated. Now, fortunately, it wasn't near any ships at the time, so it caused no damage, no injuries, but it does show that the Houthis are continuing to try to conduct these attacks against ships. That is why the White House is addressing this, coming up with potential options that include not only what they are doing with this maritime task force, but also the potential for strikes inside of Yemen against Houthi targets. And what's really critical here, Kristen, is they are attempting to build more of a coalition.
God. how many of these like militias are there? It's like, okay, we're going what is it? Hezbollah, the Houthis, ISIS, Hamas. This militia is fighting that militia. It's just it's just a big shit show. It's a clusterfuck. How many of these groups does the United States need to fight? Just leave the region. Let them all fight each other over the different Sunni Shiite like bullshit.
There's a coalition at sea, but they want a coalition that would be helpful, would be responsible for these sorts of attacks. Partners like the British and the U.S. military potentially working together if, in fact, they decide to move forward.
Oh yeah, and there we go. Like the extraterritorial like policing. So like I said before, Shad, like Britain and France, they're the other two micropowers, and we gotta police the globe.
With these offensive attacks against the Houthis in Yemen, Kristen.
Oh, it's really fantastic reporting, Courtney. I know you'll continue to track that angle. You're also watching the fallout after that strike in Baghdad. What more do you know about that? And Courtney, you and I have been talking about since the beginning of this war, the concerns within the administration that there could be a wider war. What is the concern level at this point, particularly in the wake of yet another attack in Baghdad?
So Lebanon has fired, they've been having skirmishes like at the border lately. And there's all this tension, like Syria, like it's heating up with Syria and Jordan, and now you have the Houthis attacking sea vessels, deciding they'll do whatever they can, and like I forget what it's called. It's like the something coalition, like against like Israel, blah blah blah, and it's made up of like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran. The government of Syria, the government of Jordan, Lebanon. So you have these militaries, like official government, like militaries, plus all of these like private militias that have all allied with each other to like the fight against Israel.
Yeah, and your lead-in just showed all. I mean, the fact that it is really it is all over the region right now. Baghdad is really interesting, though, Kristen, because this is one of the first times that we know of anywhere where the U.S. has taken a strike like this against an Iranian-backed militia member leader since Qasem Soleimani, which was almost exactly 4 years ago today. This was someone who the U.S. is saying he was a member of one of these Iranian-backed groups, but the Iraqis have come out very hard condemning this action. In fact, saying that these are the kinds of actions that terrorists would take, and really condemning the strike. They are saying that, in fact, this individual was a part of what they call the Popular Mobilization Forces, so essentially under the arm, the broad umbrella of the Iraqi military. So this is a very controversial strike here today, Kristen.
All right, Courtney Kube covering all of the angles for us. Courtney, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
The U.S. leading a coalition of 13 countries and issuing a final warning to the Iran-backed Houthi rebels over their attacks on ships in the Red Sea. They say, quote, "Let our message now be clear. We call for the immediate end of these illegal attacks and release of unlawfully detained vessels and crews. The Houthis will bear the responsibility of the consequences should they continue to threaten lives, the global economy, and free flow of commerce in the region's critical waterways." Florida Congressman and Iraq War veteran Courtney Mills joins me now. Congressman, are you confident the U.S. and this coalition will back up its tough talk?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not considering thinking that they're going to back it. In fact, what I was really looking at earlier was that Biden still has not reorganized where the Houthi rebels can be put back onto the terrorist list. He is the one that actually delisted them after the Trump administration had placed them on. When it comes to this coalition, this is very similar to what we've had in the past. If you remember back with Maersk, Alabama, and the increase in piracy that was happening around Bab el-Mandeb, you saw where they were actually starting to patrol the internationally recommended transit corridor to ensure that we had commercial lanes open. Now, on December 31st, we saw the very first actual United States Navy direct engagement, what resulted in 3 Houthi rebel ships being sunk. This is starting to see a further escalation, but I want to paint a broader picture for the American people, which is the incident that is occurring with this attempt to block commerce or to disrupt commerce is really part of the bigger geopolitical plan by the China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea alignment. You're seeing where the incident that happened with Hamas on October 7th in Israel, the attacks that are increasing by Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, the continuation to try and cut off Western Hemisphere supply chain, not to mention that what we just saw with this recent border visit, you're also seeing where China's using Honduras and Panama with economic coercion to try and cut off and increase trade and tariffs on the Panama Canal. So this is a broader geopolitical issue that is targeted on trying to hurt the West through supply chain, through resources, and through economic struggles.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point because a bunch of ragtag rebels don't go after the largest nations in the world unless it's part of a coordinated effort. So I think it's so important that you mention that and always remind us of that. Meantime, today, the U.S. is reopening 4 border points of entry, citing a drop in illegal immigration. They're celebrating this in the White House, and they're treating this like this is a really, really big win when so much damage has already been done. Was reopening these crossings a good move?
Look, at the end of the day, I'm all for opening up border crossings that are legal crossings to help with trade and commerce. That is something that we actually do need. But the idea that we're opening under the premise that it is somehow a reduction is a false narrative. We just saw a record that we thought could never be sustained, where over 300,000 people crossed our border just last month. Now, let's put that in perspective. MetLife Stadium, which is one of the largest NFL stadiums, holds 100,000 people at peak. You're talking 3 MetLife stadiums coming across just in the month of December. And if you were to total what Joe Biden is actually allowed to come across, which is in the millions, 1.8 million plus, it's got gotaways, 9+ million that's actually across the borders. We're talking about putting those together, making it the 7th most populated state in America.
Wait, so the coalition, like I was trying to remember the name of all these different groups. It's called the Axis of Resistance, and it's a informal anti-Israeli and anti-Western political and military coalition led by the Iranian government. Includes the Syrian Arab Republic, Lebanese, Shia militant group Hezbollah, and various militant groups in Palestine, so Hamas, and I know the Houthi rebels are also part of it. So,
not another Axis powers.
Yeah, so there's probably going to be, well, hopefully not, but the likelihood of there being a huge, notable Middle Eastern war, where I know there was the Congolese wars in the 80s. And that was known as Africa's World War, where all of the countries in Central Africa fought each other. And of course, World War I, World War II, they had all these colonies across the globe they were fighting. But outside of that, a lot of it was just all the European nations attacking each other. Here, it's this could be turned into some big Middle Eastern sort of war, where it could be the Middle East World War, where it's the similar scenario, where it's just Israel, Palestine, Saudi Arabia is gonna ally with Israel, the US, and then you got Yemen and Russia's giving weapons, and then all these the Axis of Resistance and their governments are all getting involved now. ISIS is bombing them, so it's probably things are probably gonna escalate and explode. They're already Lebanon's already firing shots and stuff at Israel, so seems like Iran really wants to spark things and instigate stuff. So we're probably going to see close to a dozen countries all attacking one another.
That's what we're facing right now. And look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I do not want to see any foreign aid package tethered together with the security of our border. If we have to shut down our government because they can't shut down our border, then I'll tell you right now, I am prepared for that fight. Instead of us going to the border for photo ops, however, we need to be going to the Senate chamber and forcing H.R. 2 Secure the Border Act, enforcing the laws that are on the books today, allowing CBP and ICE to deport those who no longer are seeking asylum or don't qualify, and getting more judges on our borders to adjudicate so that we're not allowing these people to get released freely amongst society, where we're seeing an increase in criminality. We're seeing a fentanyl increase. But look, here's the human rights trafficking that's just going on, the national security violations, the health violations. These are a crisis at our border, and meanwhile, they're trying to act as if they're doing a victory lap because they've got a little bit of a lull on the border at the moment.
The fact that they said that just shows how out of touch they are when asked about impeachment.
Okay, so they're talking about an immigration crisis, and they're trying to connect that with the Houthi rebels. Yeah, did I mention this Fox News? Damn immigrants!
Mayorkas says he's in his office all the time before and after these hearings.
God, I'm glad there's a bunch of old fucks in their recliners in the middle of nowhere in our bumfuck desolate states Nebraska that are buying into all of this. We gotta stop the immigrants, where none of the immigrants have pretty much no presence where they live and aren't affecting them at all. All the states where they do have a large percentage, the bulk of the immigrant US foreign population, they are pro immigration, and they accept it and support it, and the data shows it benefits them. But this is the big boogeyman, where who are the people mostly voting against it? It's all these states where it's something like the 10 states with the lowest population have more voting power than California, and they have I think a tenth of the population, those 10 countries of California.
The states.
Yeah, the states. So they have a tenth of the population, and every state gets 2 senators, And the problem is you have so many states where like the population is like smaller than a lot of cities in different states. And it's just, I don't think they should have that many votes. And it's just, you look at what percentage of the country's like capital economy they make up is very small. Yet you look at like the level of influence they have over Congress, and things are just so slanted and disproportionate. Here, Sheb, talk to the chat real quick while I pull up something.
Guys, Young Mind is home. Finally, this party can begin. What, dude?
I said, welcome home, Young Mind.
Welcome home, Young Mind. I'm waiting in the bedroom for you with I have my panties off.
What the fuck?
Can't wait. Can't wait for you to come in the room, baby.
Party in the USA, Shaq.
Yeah. Yeah. And just so you guys know, he's young-minded. His pee-pee isn't young though. He's of age.
It's not young, but that pee-pee.
Okay, so here it is. The 10 least populated states. So census population 2020. So it's what is it? Let's 58K plus like 64K. Plus
he's 28 and
9K.
stiff.
Damn, that's hot as hell, yo. Hell yeah. That's sassy, right, Gene? That's sassy.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah. Young mind, old pee-pee.
Why are you talking shit about me and Crow's bumfuck desolate states, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
Just stop making fun of Crow, jerk. It's not his fault his state is dumb.
Okay, so it's like the top 10 states, it's something like 2,434,000. So then let's go up farther. So California has 38 million, and it has 2 senators, and the 10 least populated states where that is like each one has 2 senators as well. So like that's 20 senators. So they have 20% of the votes in Congress, because that would be like 20 there's 100 senators, 20% of the votes overall. So California, that has pretty much over 10 times the population. Same thing, Florida has 10 times the population. New York has close to 10 times the population. And then these countries all have like 5 times the population. All of them. Like they have more voting power than all of these like different like countries that, or all these different states. I don't know why I keep saying the word country by mistake. Like we need to rework the system.
Dude, the way this webpage is glitching out and freaking out and jumping around is giving me flashbacks. Yeah, on our end it is just a little bit.
Is it on your end, Shab?
Yeah.
A little jittery and maybe a little acid flashbacky.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing. Like 2 million people make up like 20% of all the votes when it comes to their senators, and then the top, like, what would the top 10 countries be with the same amount of vote? It would probably be like we have like 300 million people, and that's what is it? 10, 20, 30, 41, 53, 66, what is it? 86, like 100 and like 7 million. Then it's 120.
136.
Yeah, 136 million, and then 170 something million. So it's just that is pretty much over half of the country.
Gene.
Yeah, 75. That is pretty much over half of the country's population, and they have the same amount of votes as 2 million, which is less than like that's around 1% of the country's population. So around 1% of the country's population has the same percentage as over half of the country's population. And these are bumfuck in the middle of nowhere kind of states. And they like the level of capital they bring into the country is nothing. And then they're voting against, like, these are all the states where it's like, oh, we got to stop the immigrants and stuff. And people will mention, like, okay, Texas is red. I do think that if you look at the municipalities of Texas, here, I got to look that up real quick. Talk to the chat more.
Young Mind, you brought lube and wine, right? Lube and wine? Go back to the fucking store, Young Mind, okay? Get the lube and wine. God. Am I the only pragmatic person around here? Okay? How are we going to have booty sex tonight, Young Mind, without the lube and wine? Huh?
Lube and wine? Is that a thing? I mean, dude, you sound like
I need
trying to get Young Mind to pull up and take a seat with Chris Hansen.
No, I need...
Did you bring the condom?
I need the wine to lubricate my penis, and I need the lube to drink, obviously. And we're going to have the time of our lives. Me and this Young Mind old PP.
God, look at some of the gerrymandering going on there right in the bottom.
Dude, yeah. So I think there are more Democrats living in Texas than Republicans. And look at that gerrymandering where the Republicans have like more members of the House of Representatives and stuff because it's all based on like which like municipality, which county district and everything. Each one of those gets a certain amount of representatives. And yeah, but look at how large this one like blue territory is. That's like the same area as like several different or even a dozen different like red districts. And then try and look for a map of population density.
Wouldn't that be funny if it like shaped a swastika there or something, Dirt?
You know,
and look, the border.
But I did have that same thought when I looked at that blue part at the top.
Yeah, it's like a retarded swastika.
What? Are you saying this looks like a swastika?
No, the blue. It looks like it would be funny if there was like a perfect swastika going on here.
Yeah, why don't they just gerrymander one of those right?
Yeah.
So see,
county.
Yeah, we need to control this so we can get the right thing going on here. A swastika in Texas, as it always belonged.
Yeah, so these are some of their like Harris County. These are where a lot of their major cities are, and so here these are pretty much all blue territories. Then I think this population map of Texas by population. Continue to talk to the chat.
Skabibi's here, and he said it's like they were trying but couldn't pull it off. Yeah, it's a retard-sticka. A retard-sticka. Yeah. How did this swastika work? I don't know. Does it go down? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, I'd say this is a better one. So here, I think that's that blue area right there, and that makes up around like 25% of the country's like population. This area right here is where a lot of the blue territories are, and that makes up around like 23% of the population. And all these red areas you look at here are pretty much some of the least populated areas. So, and then all the blue areas, the blue counties, they're the ones where they have the bulk of the like immigrant population. And then you look at the like all the blue states like Arizona, New Mexico, and California, the three other states that border Mexico, and they're all pro-immigration, very like left-leaning states. And then Texas, that's I guess technically a red state because of gerrymandering, but I do know that there are slightly more Democrats than Republicans living in Texas. You look at the people that are all to the left that are pro-immigration, they're the ones living in the areas with most population, and they're the ones that are actually, like, I guess, dealing and living with the immigrants, whether they're undocumented or documented immigrants. And it's all the more desolate areas up north that are the gerrymandered, like, counties that are like, oh, these, like, immigrants we don't even have any association with. They don't affect our life at all. And like, this bumfuck, desolate, nowhere part of the state, which is the largest state outside of, Alaska. So...
one thing I'd like to note here is that was a graph of Texas from 2009, and keep in mind that it was recently that there was a mass exodus from California to Texas, basically.
Oh, so it's probably
a little more blue.
I remember when that happened.
Looking for solutions. The solution is simple: enforce the darn law, and we're not in this situation. Congressman,
but that you look at all the gerrymandering and you look at how things are structured. It's clear that the Republicans have way more seats than they should. They have way more representation than they should.
Mills, gotta leave it there. We appreciate your time, and I hate to make a joke about this. You mentioned MetLife. MetLife only sees a disaster on Sundays, thanks to my Giants and the Jets. The border's a freaking.
And then that's again the Electoral College. Like I mentioned, it's like those 10 states. You look at all the delegates they have when it comes to the Electoral College, which again, Trump won his term because of the Electoral College, and Bush won his first term against Al Gore because of the Electoral College. And a lot, like, you have these states where they have their delegates, and it's like a one size wins all kind of scenario, or winner takes all kind of scenario. And these 10 states that have like 2% or like 1% of the population, they get like how many like representatives and everything. And it's just, you look at how such a small percentage of the country plays a part, how much influence they have over who the head of state is.
Disaster all the time and has been for the last 3 years. Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
And I'm Shabisky.
A U.S.
click right here.
Killed a militia leader in Baghdad linked to Iran, who has been blamed for recent attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq. Meanwhile, an Iranian-backed militia in Yemen launched another drone attack in the Red Sea Thursday. The U.S. and its allies have warned the group to stop or face potential military action. The Navy says Houthi rebels have attacked at least 25 cargo ships and tankers since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. In response, the U.S. says it has shot down 61 missiles and drones and sank 3 small Houthi-controlled boats in the Red Sea.
I think we should destroy Houthi, not because they're doing these things, but because they have a really bad name. It's a really dumb name. We should just destroy them for that.
In the perspective of somebody who speaks English.
Yeah, the right perspective. Okay.
Yeah.
David Martin joins us now from the Pentagon to understand all this activity. David, the U.S. and its allies have sent this warning to the Houthis to stop these
there's
attacks.
Probably a bunch of English words that we think nothing about. They're just generic words that in other languages they sound very silly.
A word, or is it an acronym? Or what?
I don't think it's an acronym. I think
it's like a. Yeah, I don't know if it's a word, but it's a name.
Yeah.
I don't know the fucking etymology of the word.
And so now what happens?
Put it simply, John, the U.S. and the Houthis in Yemen are on a collision course. The U.S. and a number of other countries issued this warning to call off these attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea.
And the thing is, maybe this rebel group wouldn't control so much of Yemen and this civil war between them if Saudi Arabia wasn't putting them under some kind of medieval style siege in the same way Israel, in a similar manner that with Israel and Gaza.
And then a senior administration official followed that up by
I kind of have a bit of migraines.
No more warnings. That was the final warning. And since then, we have had at least one more confirmed attack.
No, I've avoided that because I probably shouldn't be taking that when I'm having
a suicide drone boat.
Do you want to unshare your screen, then reshare it, and see if it stops acting weird? Because it keeps being blurry a bit, and it's very low quality. Very low quality. Okay.
Is that better?
I don't know. Play it.
Unmanned boat came out from the Yemeni coastline into those crowded shipping lanes that lead to and from the Suez Canal and detonated. Now, nobody was injured. No ships were damaged in the attack. They were all far enough away from the explosion. But going through the Red Sea has become such a hazard that nearly 20 shipping companies have told their ship captains not to use the Suez Canal, take the long way around Africa, which of course adds time and money to every voyage.
One of the reasons why is probably not just because of the Houthis, it's also the Somali pirates. What's that?
You keep calling them Hootsie like Tootsie Roll. There's no S. There's no Hootsie.
What's that?
Houthi.
Houthi.
Okay.
No Hootsie Tootsie.
Well,
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Rolls. The Tootsie Rolls.
Phonological processing.
I know. I'm sorry.
I had the
John.
cortical dysplasia, my left temporal lobe, the part of the brain.
We get it. No retarded.
I have a problem where I giggle when I hear silly words.
We get it. You're special, Gene.
I have dysphoria of speech.
The U.S. has tried to frustrate these attacks by
you can pronounce speech
ships in the Red Sea to shoot down
but you
the
can't
drones and
pronounce
missiles.
Houthi.
Well, a lot of times with certain words, I have to practice them over and over again.
Gene,
and it's an issue with
say with me. Houthi,
processing what you hear.
Attacks keep coming. The one thing they haven't done so far is go to the source, and the source here is, of course, Houthi bases in Yemen. So
see, he said it right.
If these attacks continue, and the U.S. expects they will, then we can expect to see retaliatory strikes inside Yemen.
And David, before I lose you, you're talking about retaliatory strikes, so that's more activity in the Red Sea. There's this U.S. operation in Baghdad. It seems like the tempo is increasing. Give me your sense of, it seems like a lot of activity. What
Skeppy said, it's ableism.
Are Pentagon officials concerned about the tempo increasing in lots of different places?
To be fair, it's one thing if you do it every once in a while, but it is kind of annoying people who know that I have a speech disorder, and then 100% of the time that I have issues, they feel the need to point it out. You're saying this, it's supposed to be this, and it's are you fucking retarded? It's already been explained to you.
I mean, Gene.
Is he attacking us?
Well, not necessarily you guys, but there's other people that are annoying where it's how many times you gotta tell them?
I try not to bring it up unless you use the word multiple times.
Yeah,
because I'm trying to help. But it was a little mean spirited of me to laugh like that. Yeah. But it's silly to me sometimes. I'm sorry. That was a.
Well, I don't think you guys are that bad, but there are people that it's they feel the need to act I don't know, to be annoying every single time, and it's just oh my god, go fuck yourself.
It's not so much the tempo as it is the targets. This is an escalation. We have retaliated before for these missile attacks on U.S. troop locations in Iraq and Syria, but we have retaliated against warehouses and safe houses. We haven't gone after the leaders of these militia groups themselves. This time, they specifically targeted one leader. They didn't hit a warehouse.
Hold up. They're going to come after me?
Yes, they're going to invade America.
What the fuck, dude? It's not my fault.
Oh, now, the Indians' Navy saves hijacked ship off Somali.
Damn, that's a big ship, too.
Or Somalia. I don't know why I said Somali.
We should take a boat like that, Gene. We could just live on it.
Yeah, and what Skeppy says, even people that have speech disorders fuck up words all the time. I like Paul's ego on Deep Fat Fried. He mentioned that there were people in the chat making a big deal oh, you said the wrong thing, and he's just you never accidentally say the wrong thing. And I like neckbeards and stuff where they'll do that, where they act like they don't flub and make trivial mistakes. And I was talking to Shab before the stream about this, but the kind of people where it's they can't hold down a job, they can't just engage, they can't keep off an extra 200 pounds. They are not able to they're not able to apply just basic hygiene, and they can follow through with showering every day, and it's they're not able to function at this basic level that most people can. but then they act like they go every nanosecond of every day, never making simple mistakes that like even the world's greatest like minds and geniuses make. And like they don't succumb to basic oversight. They never forget their keys. But then if you correct their mistakes, they throw tantrums and freak out. And like who does that remind you of, Shab? There are quite a few people we've dealt with that are like that. I'd say a good example is like Dorkmaster.
I was gonna say Drunken Crow, but yeah, Dorkmaster too.
It's like they live with their parents and shit like that and their needs, but then it's like they want to have their cake and eat at the same time. They want to be that, like they want to be the genius in the room who's like smarter than everyone else, and they want people to kiss their ass, but then at the same time, they cry and you're a bigot if you criticize them for being unhygienic and being like living with their parents and being a neat and not functioning at a basic level. Like, okay, like they never make simple mistakes, but yet they can't function at a basic level compared to most people. But that's mean.
Drunken Crow is a neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a neat guy.
Kind of went off on some random non sequitur rant. Okay, next vid.
Now to the latest on the rising tensions in the Middle East. Iran has reportedly sent a warship to the Red Sea.
Oh, now Iran's getting involved again.
Houthi rebels who opened fire on 2 U.S. Navy helicopters while attempting to board a ship. The group has been attacking commercial ships in a
Wait. Iran has their own military units there with the Houthi rebels, and they are actually firing on U.S. ships.
Hamas and the war.
Jesus Christ, Iran!
Iran has
and overnight,
warships?
heavy fighting was reported in southern Gaza.
Why does that shock you?
I don't know. I just never would have thought they had warships. I don't know.
Most countries have warships.
What's the what are those one things that we talk about?
Aircraft carriers. They
Warships.
don't have that. And
that's more.
The Navy has more planes than the Air Force, so controlling the skies is a huge component to like maritime warfare. So it's a huge advantage to war. It's kind of like having. It's not as much of an asset as like nukes, but it's up there. And it's only like 10 countries have aircraft carriers. There's only a few. And pretty much all other countries that have them outside of the United States only have like 1 or 2. And we have like 11 aircraft carriers. And I know, like, if you look at the NATO countries, like Britain, France, Italy, some of the few countries that have more than just one are NATO states. And the few NATO countries in America make up like the overwhelming majority of like all the aircraft carriers out there. And just one aircraft carrier is probably enough to take care of like fleets of like other naval ships.
Police in Iowa are trying to pin down what motivated a high school student to open fire on his classmates.
Oh, yeah, there's a recent shooting in was it Perry County in Iowa.
Authorities say a 6th grader
more shootings.
And 5 others injured, including the principal. The shooting attack happened yesterday morning at Perry High School. Investigators identified 17-year-old Dylan Butler as the shooter. He took his own life after the
He looks like the kid that wouldn't be bullied.
attack. Fellow students say Butler was bullied, but
looks
they
like
never
you.
expected this.
That's what I was going to say.
No, God, no.
I don't know. I don't think I was as scrawny as him in high school. I was
you were
tall for my
scrawnier.
age. Oh, go fuck yourself, Shab.
Hundreds of students, families, and faculty attended a candlelight.
I
vigil
weigh
last
less than you, and I still have a lot more muscle.
I have more muscle in my
to Iowa
dick
now,
than
where
you have in your
17-year-old
old
student was
body,
accused of
Gene.
opening fire inside his school, killing 1 student and wounding several others. It happened yesterday morning on the first day back to school for students after the winter break. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest.
Did it reset the video?
He looked at me through the crack. He opened his duffel bag and hooked it up. My
was
body
the
just
same-
kinda like
same
I'm supposed to be
story,
doing.
Oh.
A YouTube
Same
daredevil
news
was
caster.
sent to prison for
She is
allegedly
again.
boarding the plane and posting the now viral
I
video.
like her.
Now he's speaking out to warn others against such dangerous.
Oh,
Robert
it
Jacobs
took
says-
me to some other
to Iowa now.
playlist.
Police in Iowa.
U.S.
Now to the
and
latest on
world.
Iranian
Yeah,
tensions
it
in
wasn't
the Middle East.
my
Iran has
playlist.
reportedly sent a warship to the Red Sea. It comes a day after U.S. forces killed several Iran-backed Houthi rebels who
Do
opened
the-
fire on
do
two
the
U.S.
DNA.
Navy
Yeah,
ships
that
while
wasn't even the
attempting to board a
next.
ship.
Yeah.
The group has been attacked.
I don't know why it took me to some other playlist, and that wasn't even the next video on my playlist.
Boo, YouTube, boo.
Yeah, this was a 6 ABC Philadelphia video with the like Iran ship, so it took me that playlist that had like several of them.
We got hijacked by ABC.
Yeah, fuck them.
DNA test results finally confirmed.
This is an update on that. Oh, remember the story about that?
Yeah,
She
I
has
thought
some
it was
form of
already
dwarfism.
okay.
Hmm?
I didn't know there was new information about this.
Well, the point is that they weren't ever able to really determine what her age was. And the parents pretty much had her name, or they had her age legally changed to like something like 18 or 22. And then they left her in a house and went to Canada.
You can legally change.
Well, the
your
reason
age.
was because they adopted her from another country, and they didn't really have any sort of like documentation, birth certificates that really confirmed what her exact age was. And then they claimed that she was like having her, like she was. They were told she was 7 years old, but she was having her period. They claimed that she was she had like pubes.
Yeah,
and she there are a bunch of other things. They claimed that her dental records were she had the I guess
Don't they know all they have to do is just slice her in half and count the rings?
Yeah,
it's easy.
That was a good one, Chad.
Hold on.
Been at the center of a bizarre controversy.
Have you guys ever seen the movie The Orphan? This is what it's based off of.
Yeah. I thought that was a stupid movie.
I never seen it.
Yeah. Of course you haven't. You don't watch
Fuck
any
you!
movies.
Fuck you! Okay.
The only Star Wars film
Neat.
Shab has seen, get this, are the Ewok films.
See, that's riveted America for years.
That's your fault.
Yeah, I think it's a video. I just wanted to do that, so that would be the case. Because I know that's probably going to go to why. I think Shab will never see them if I don't have him see them on a movie night, so I don't ever want to do that. Because I want that to be the case, where the only 2 Star Wars films he's ever seen are the 2 made-for-TV Ewok
I'll
films.
die that way, Jim.
I might even have him watch the Star Wars Holiday Special. So that way, that like the only 3 Star Wars films he's seen are the terrible,
the good.
Yeah.
In 2010, Natalia was adopted by a family from Indiana who was told that she was a 7-year-old Ukrainian orphan. But her adopted parents, Michael and Christine Barnett, claimed they discovered she was really an adult with dwarfism and that she was just posing as a child. Barnett told Inside Edition in 2019 that she was a violent sociopath.
She's got a monthly cycle, and she's hiding it. She had spent every waking day attempting to ruin everybody else's life in the house. She's threatening to kill us. She's trying to kill us.
Their story made headlines.
Like back when we were covering this a year or 2 ago, there's this one video I saw from like a student doctor, and one of the things like he mentioned is regardless of age, the kind of like dwarfism she has, like this her spine and back, currently I think she needs like a walker and stuff to get around.
Yeah.
It's something like they're at great risk of like kind of their spine like fracturing or like I guess collapsing in on itself, and it makes it so like they shouldn't be lifting anything like above their head or stuff like that. So if they're just trying to get groceries, so forth, it's like they're disabled to the point where they need some level of assisted living, and that's not a person with those disabilities. You don't leave them alone. So even if she was an adult, he felt that that is like a level of neglect or abandonment that if it's not illegal, it should be.
John, with that information,
Barnett's
you just ruined Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs for me. They shouldn't be,
what?
Lifting something over their head. Well, they're in the mine.
They don't have this. I don't think they have the rare form of dwarfism that we're talking about.
They could.
They're at risk. A rare form of dwarfism associated with magic.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm pretty sure because they were working in mines and stuff, they probably didn't have the kind of dwarfism she has.
You don't know it.
You don't know. To legally change her age to 22, left her in an apartment, and fled to Canada. They were charged with neglect of a dependent, but were fully exonerated. This is Natalia today in a new documentary series, Curious Case of Natalia.
So they have a very, very delicate, like, skeletal like structure.
Natalia Speaks, streaming on Discovery Plus and Max.
I want you to know how old I am.
So I guess it's kind of like brittle bone disease, the kind of symptomology it has.
Natalia takes a DNA test to try to prove once and for all how old she is.
What's the reveal?
Yes. Natalia holds hands with her new adoptive father, and here are the bombshell results. A DNA test shows she is currently 22 years old, which means she was indeed a child of 9, not an adult, when she was adopted.
Yeah, there you go. She was only 2 years older than what they claimed her age was. So it's confirmed.
Why is she holding the hand of her adopted father?
I guess it's because they're revealing it, and I guess it's stressful. It's like, okay, what is it?
She's 22.
What's that?
She's 22.
I know, but I'm saying that
she have an
they're revealing what the age is, so they're anticipating it, and it's stressful. So
okay, never mind. I'm being stupid.
Yeah, you are being stupid, Chad. Bad.
Probably
I felt like the way, that was the way they put it. It made me think like they have custody of her, but it's like
she was adopted at 22.
Well, they can still be.
I get it. Okay, shut up. You never even smoked weed before. Play the video. Okay.
This is so big because literally this has been 13 years. 13 years of just.
It's been all over the media. There's all this like, oh yeah, she's accused of being an adult pretending to be a kid, and it turns out, nope, that wasn't the case at all.
2 people lying their butts off.
This is one of the more twisted cases I've ever covered. This case, you're up and down. You're believing one side, and you're believing the other side.
And they mentioned...
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, dude.
Now, the thing is, they mentioned that, okay, she was having a cycle, she had pubic hairs, things like that. The thing is, a lot of people, they start puberty around the age of 10. I know that it can happen where women will, start having them in, a cycle and everything before that. But they probably got her when she was 9, and then a little bit later when she was 10, she started to go through puberty, which is a very common age for people to start going through puberty. So I don't think that is really a shocking thing at all.
Man, that's something. They made a movie about her ass. Where's her settlement?
Well, I think The Orphan was made and released prior to this story.
Yeah, so who cares? It was inspired by a false tale, and people this movie's actually based on a real case where they adopted this Ukrainian lady, and she was actually fully grown dwarf, and she tried to murder the parents.
So they were inspired by an event that happened in the future?
Yeah, that's how it fucking works.
I thought didn't Crow just say that this case inspired the movie?
No. I thought it did, unless the two are somehow not connected.
No, they're not connected. The movie came out years before this case happened. The movie, I think, came out when I was in middle school.
2009. It's just
so the movie.
I guess. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah. Wow.
Well, then someone fucking was probably
the parents saw The Orphan and they didn't like their new adopted child, and they wanted a reason to get rid of her. It's I know The Orphan.
The Ram Raid crime wave where thieves drive a vehicle right into a business to rob it. Well, it just happened in Los Angeles, out of all places, a bakery. And as Jim Murray reports, 100 looters grabbed as much as they could carry.
It's a shocking looting spree on, of all places, a mom-and-pop bakery. It began at 3 a.m. when a white Kia SUV violently backs into the security gates. A mob of 100 young people rushed inside. Some hopped the counter looking for cash. Others began emptying the shelves of snacks and bakery products. And
why did they say young people?
What's that?
It said 100 young people. Why did they have to specify young? What if one of them is 40?
There ain't no old fuckers in there running into the Rubens, dude.
Your teens and early 20s.
A lot of people's faces are covered and shit. How do you know that they're not in their fucking 30s or 40s or whatever? I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe they put a bunch of them afterwards and they're able to determine their age. And I mean, the majority of crimes that are committed are people between the ages of 16 and 28. I think
Stop being ageist, okay?
It's a shocking looting spree on, of all places, a mom-and-pop bakery. It began at 3 a.m. when a white Kia SUV violently backs into the security gates. A mob of 100 young people rushed inside. Some hopped the counter looking for cash. Others began emptying the shelves of snacks and bakery products.
I mean, he looks young.
And this is the
I saw
aftermath.
one guy with a pretty thick mustache.
You guys are being all autistic now because it's just a general statement.
I'm being pedantic a little bit, but I just found it odd, the use of young people.
It's like a bunch of young people. It's like, 90-something% of them are young. It's like, I saw one person who you could say isn't young in there.
Young. It's just so weird.
Mangled gates, the interior completely ransacked. It's estimated the thieves did $70,000 in damage to the business that served this
community like that, dude. Like, there's a better place to do this.
Walmart. For nearly
do it to the big companies that steal money from the middleman. Do it to Walmart, Target, and stuff. Don't do it to
John said the same thing. He's just more specific. In Minecraft.
40 years. When you saw that video, what went through your mind?
Oh, rage. Of course, I was upset. I was mad.
How much cash was taken?
Roughly like about $2,000. They took cigarettes, lottery tickets. We have machines right there, and we just saw them. They grabbed them. They just took them. They emptied all these. They broke that. They emptied all the chips, things right here.
Oh my God! It really takes your breath away. This is your family's business. This is your life.
Exactly.
Authorities say just before the looting.
Brutal, dude. This poor family. Like, literally, dude. Like, why are you gonna do this to Rubens, man?
Is something like
what did Ruben ever do to you?
When people talk about crimes and theft and so forth. This is another thing where you have the nuance. It really depends. There's a difference between people shoplifting food because they're homeless or they're shoplifting laundry detergent because they just can't afford it and it is sort of a close to an essential grocery. And in the end, it's like, okay, if they're stealing it from CVS, these big companies that a lot of them don't pay their workers a livable wage, it's still probably isn't the best thing to do, but you can cut them some slack. And it's like, this is where hey, if we're going to charge them for these sorts of petty theft, why aren't we charging these large multi-billion-dollar companies that definitely are engaging in far more significant theft? However, you do have a lot of people that will engage in theft and stuff and criminal behavior, but they're stealing non-essential things. And then they're vandalizing, going to mom and pop shops. And then they will turn their area into an employment desert or a food desert because these places can't operate there. And in Baltimore City, you see that kind of sort of crime where it seems like it's just engaging in criminal acts just for the sake of engaging in criminal acts. And they go to local businesses and rob them and everything. And it's just, can you blame that on them? How much can you say that they're just victims of a system? What do you think, Shab and Dirt and Chat?
Thanks for leaving me out.
Pro. Well, usually you lag out all the time.
This is an example of, an unnecessary theft. I highly doubt any of these people were starving. I could be wrong. But all fucking 100 plus, I mean, shit, dude.
Yeah, they had to be organized for this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is
and that's conspiracy.
Maybe one guy really fucking hated Ruben, and he was like, "Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if we got 100 motherfuckers to run up in here?"
Yeah, people like this are the people that fuck up the neighborhoods and make them worse. Because in businesses like that are good businesses, they might just up and go somewhere where they don't get treated like this. And I don't blame them. And they might raise their prices because they have to deal with crap like that. And it's kind of like, I don't know, you were talking about stealing from or messing with bigger, even if same goes for just petty theft at Walmart. The more you do that, the more everything costs everybody. You're screwing yourself and other people in the process. And
Skeppy says they do it to buy the essential items. And it's like, well, then why don't they just steal the essential items? It is kind of... I mean, maybe they might try to use it to pay their rent and stuff, but I think a lot, I had a friend who actually was shot and killed, and you probably find news articles of it. So
is he all right?
I said he was killed.
Is he all right though?
Okay, so he had his Nintendo Switch, and he was walking along, and these two, like, they were teenagers, 16, told him, like, give us your Switch, and he said, like, no. They took a gun out and shot him just to steal a Switch, and they're idiots where they were using their Wi-Fi with the Switch, and they were able to, like, track them. And it's like, you're gonna murder somebody over a video game system in broad daylight.
A mediocre one, too.
Yeah.
It's just, like, the thing is, when it comes to certain criminal behavior, I mean, people will, this is an area where people on the far left that live, like, I live in Baltimore City, I work for the government, and it's just, there are people that live in pampered suburbanite land, and they want to have a bleeding heart for, like, people that live in these distant areas where they have no direct interaction at all. And it's like, you'll have all these people where they'll treat their peers like shit. They're usually very smarmy, narcissistic, little brats and snowflakes. And then they'll, like, pretend it's virtue signaling, where it's like, oh my God, the environment and stuff. And it's just, do you, like, when you talk to a lot of, like, teachers that work in those schools and, like, just the kind of stuff they got to deal with, like, that kind of culture of just, like I said, beat the shit out of anybody, murder somebody, like, just take a gun out and shoot them because they would give you your Switch. How much can you say that that's just due to poverty?
I think it's it's a bad part of, like, culture, like the whole gang.
Like you mentioned with a lot of rap, it's about gangs money, having guns.
Yeah,
and you're
so
automatically
people think that kind of thing, shooting a guy to get his console. They think that's badass. That's gangsta. There's some people that really, like, would cheer a dude on like that, like, give him props, like, damn, that's gangsta, dude. Like, really capped a motherfucker just for, man, that's fucking cool, man. No, not to mess with you. You know, it's like,
it is the environment they grew up in. That is a huge component. And it's like, okay, like, if I was raised in the same environment, how would you got to ask yourself that. It's like, you're raised, you're surrounded by peers that have those kind of ethics and principles. Would you be able to escape it? I think most people would be dishonest if they said they would. But the other issue is that when you look at that kind of antisocial behavior, like the squeegee kids in Baltimore, they're in the local news all the time. And I've actually covered this on stream. Do you remember who the squeegee kids were?
Yeah, I remember that.
Squeegeeing people's cars, and they couldn't do anything about it or something.
They obstruct traffic.
Yeah.
And what they'll do is they'll, like, touch people's cars and stuff and squeegee them when people don't want their cars clean. They just walk up and do it with no permission. And there's this one woman that gave that, and somebody got killed. A guy got out and was like, hey, stay away from my car. Because if people don't give them money, or if people tell them to shoot, it's one thing if it's like, okay, they're kids, they're trying to make money. So maybe they're just, like, the naivete of, like, ignoring that they're obstructing traffic. That's something that you could forgive them for. It's still annoying, but it's like when people don't want their cars cleaned and they, like, wash people's cars without, like, their consent, and then, like, they obstruct their ability to get to, like, their locations. They're trying to get to work, and if people don't pay them, they'll do things like pop their tires, they'll punch their cars, and that kind of criminal behavior, it's just, you're kind of like, how do you, I don't know, if I grew up in the same environment, would I be doing that? Where, and then, like, there's this one woman that gave one of the kids a quarter, And because it wasn't enough change, he threw it at her car.
Mm.
And the problem is, okay, maybe it's like, it is almost a guarantee, but if you deal with it and you're on the receiving end, it is sort of like you got to be sympathetic towards the people that have to deal with this shit, because it is like very infuriating behavior. It is something where it's kind of hard not to be really taken aback by it. But then you have people so I live in the city. I know a lot of people that work in the city. But then you'll go to the suburbs and stuff, like people that live in bougie, pampered, gated communities, suburbanite land, and they want to be they want to be like a bleeding heart. And then the issue is that if people talk about just kind of how infuriating it is, and they're venting, they'll sit there and be like, oh my God, they immediately like freak out. And it's like, these are people that don't mind treating people like Karen's and Kevin's complete and total horseshit that just get their order wrong at a restaurant. But then, oh my God, these people that they have no interaction with at all, that are like in a distant community. Oh, like they're sweet blind little puppies. And that's what they act like. And it's just, like, go fuck yourself. Do your homework if you honestly are going to claim that you care, which you clearly don't. It's just a way to virtue signal. It's a way to humble brag. Don't you agree? They're inconsistent with how they treat people in their local community. Because I guess the waiter who is barely being paid a minimum wage, it's okay to, like, be belittling and rude to them. Somebody, I guess, cuts you off when they're driving, so you're gonna like tailgate their ass and start cussing them out. But then when people talk about how like annoying the kind of thug antisocial behavior is when they're dealing with a certain element in the city, oh my God, no, I'm gonna freak out and act like you're like kicking a blind puppy.
Orphan blind puppy.
Yeah. But do you have any thing to add to that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. That's it.
I don't know, Dirt. What do you have to add to that?
Yeah, fuck all them hoity-toity white suburbanites who think they're the shit and their shit don't stink.
I hate
John?
whites. Damn whites.
Damn, Crow left. That was it.
It was an accident. I didn't. Yeah, he's like, I'm pale as fuck. How dare you? All right. What did this teenager do?
On a long road to recovery after being severely burned while with friends, 17-year-old Madison Lewis suffered burns over 90% of her body during a burst of flames. And today, she had her fourth of many surgeries. Fox 4 Stephen Dial joining us now with her story. Stephen.
It's her post-surgery. I mean, if you look at burn victims, it's pretty traumatic and horrific. And that's pretty, like, I never would have guessed that she's a burn victim. I mean, you can notice, like, I don't know,
no, this
like
is
a slight.
Before.
Is it before?
Yes, Gene. This is before.
Of many surgeries. Over 90%.
Well, I thought they mentioned she got a bunch of surgeries.
She's now in surgery currently.
Oh, I guess I misheard.
Today,
wait, stop.
Many surgeries. Fox 4 Stephen Dial joining us now with her story. Burst of
You
flames.
keep
And
talking
today,
over it.
she had her fourth of many surgeries. Fox 4 Stephen Dial joining us now.
Yeah, she had her fourth of many surgeries.
With her story. Stephen.
I'm told that surgery was successful earlier this morning. Her mother telling me from her hospital room that she's just praying that her daughter becomes responsive.
There's nothing in the world more that I want and need than for my baby girl to be okay and to live a life. She's 17 years old.
Erica Hammond spoke to us from her daughter's room at Parkland Hospital. 2 weeks ago, at the start of the holiday break, Hammond's daughter, Madison Lewis, was with friends gathered around a burn barrel. Hammond says a boy threw something into the fire.
I thought it was a cup at first, but now I found out that it was an actual can full of gasoline into the barrel. And they say that it just exploded and just went in her direction.
Now, did the kid know that what he was doing was dangerous, or did he just like not really understand?
No, he's probably fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he like, I'd say really punish him, like hold him accountable if he was just being like, yeah, pour the gasoline. But if it was just like, hey, they're
reckless endangerment, something like that. I don't fucking know. I don't know the law for that, but there's something there because fuck that, dude. If that was my daughter, somebody going through a fucking dude.
Well, I'm saying if he was doing it to be obnoxious and stuff, then give him a very like strict kind of penalty. If he was just kind of like they're like trying to fuel the fire and they're like trying to like make a fire, and he just like didn't understand like I guess the dynamics of how it works, and that much gasoline would have done that, then he should face some penalty. But like I'd say go easy on him. It's just a very unfortunate
Lewis is a senior
situation
at
if
High
that's
School.
the case.
She has been unresponsive since the incident with multiple surgeries and incredibly difficult experience during the Christmas holiday.
Gene, is that her while she's unresponsive?
Well, they just mentioned that.
I'm
but
just fucking with you.
Well, before they said she went through multiple surgeries, and I did say if that's her after the surgery.
Yeah, I know, but it was still fucking hilarious.
Not one.
Hammond has traveled back and forth from Jacksboro to Dallas. She was getting help from.
And I did mention that if that was the case,
If that's
it'd
her
be pretty
after it,
impressive.
she's pretty good looking for a burn victim.
Well, I said that if that was the case, then that's pretty outstanding.
It's still silly, Gene. Okay.
Which is wonderful. They have just been the best to me and to my family. You know, just open arms and hugs and prayers and so much compassion that it just fills my heart full of love.
Hammond told us she's thankful for the support from her community and the doctors and nurses at Parkland. Her only focus now to pray that her daughter.
Yeah, but typically burn victims really miss their parents, and that's a kind of discrimination a lot of people don't think about. Where we think about racism, we think about sexism, but what about people that are deformed or just aren't that attractive? They have an unnaturally very large forehead. I mean, there's lots of research that shows that people who aren't that attractive looking in the workplace, it does affect how they're treated. It's like if somebody's more attractive, it's like they make some minor mistake and it's like, oh, no big deal. Get to me when you're ready. But if they're ugly, it's like, no, this needs to be in order, needs to be in place. So they do face a notable level of prejudice and stuff. And people don't really think about that realm of bigotry. And it is kind of like a lot of people, they don't really think about like, you know what, why racism is wrong. They're spoon-fed that it's bad. So it's like, hey, it's not until there's the LGBT movement and I'm spoon-fed that this category of bigotry is wrong, and they're too stupid to just understand bigotry is wrong overall. The reason why this category of bigotry is wrong is the same reason why that other category of bigotry is wrong. You do see that like inconsistency and stupidity with people where I think that when people act like if they were born in the 19th century, they wouldn't be a racist fuck. It's like, yeah, you would. Because you need to be taught how to think. You don't know how to think. Or you need to get taught what to think. You don't know how to think.
Also, John, I just want to point out, and I think
in August, like she has.
What's that?
Hold on. Just want to point out they didn't use this term "burned beyond recognition," but oh no, she was burned. But the term "burned beyond recognition," I'm pretty sure I could recognize a burn victim.
Drunken Crow is canceled. Okay, canceled.
But like Skeppy says, like the last marginalized group, I'd say there's lots of groups that are fairly marginalized. Like with disabilities and ableism, I'd say that's still something that a lot of people don't really pay attention to. I mean, like, think about it this way. Like, let's say there's a kid who's in special needs, and let's say they're not even, like, mentally retarded. Let's say they're, I guess, like, in a special needs class because they're dyslexic or whatever, but somebody like claims like, yeah, they're a retarded sped. They most likely, they're not gonna give that kid a detention or suspension for something, and that's just like gonna be viewed as name calling. But I'd say it's on par with calling a kid who's black the N-word. It's like when you're sitting there and taking a kid where they're in a special needs class, and it's like even if they are like retarded stuff, it's like, yeah, retarded sped. It's like, shouldn't that be treated seriously? And it's like now because the LGBT movement, you do have like kids that like there's a kid that was suspended from school because he claimed that like, and I still think he's stupid and stuff, but it's like I'm Christian and I think being gay is wrong. And they suspended him because it's bigotry. And it's like, well, if you're going to suspend people for that,
well,
why wouldn't you?
Was it more than that? Was he wearing a shirt that represented that?
No, he was. Oh. They were talking about it. He brought up, hey, he's Christian, he thinks it's wrong, which I think, again, the religious stuff, it's stupid. I think that, but the better thing to do is to have discourse and really explain to him. And I mean, even the other students there, I think it's important to have discourse and understand.
We should come out with shirts that says, like, Christianity is wrong. Like,
yeah, I mean,
or bad or something like that. The same way like they might have a shirt that says like homosexuality is bad.
There are people out there where, again, if somebody calls a special needs student a retarded sped, they'll just look at it like, oh, it's just name calling, being mean. But then if you talk about Islam and you criticize it like the religion itself, even though it's a religion and ideology isn't a race. And it's not like, hey, you're generalizing people who identify as Islam. You're just criticizing the doctrine. People will sit there and be like, that's racist. And it's like, so something that isn't even racist, you criticize the ideology, that is, you're more likely to get somebody making a big deal about, like, it's bigoted, hateful speech than making fun of a developmentally disabled person. Like people are fucking stupid. I mean, I think most people, they are delusional piece of shit that lack self-awareness if they think that if they were raised in the 19th century, they would be able to navigate around racism.
To do out here, and that's why, I mean, she's a warrior. She is a fighter. That's what we need the most right now, is prayers, and for her healing in her poor body.
Now, her mother told me that they took her off of her pain medication, trying to see if she will react. She has not responded to anything in about 2 weeks, as mentioned in that piece. She, again, is thankful to everyone who's been supporting her.
And I do know, yeah, there are, like, different, some burn victims, like, they lose all sensory, so they're not able to, like, feel pain at all. But some of them, what it will do to the skin and stuff, it's like they always feel chronic pain no matter how they move. And I think it lasts, I think some of it can last a lifetime and stuff. So it's one of those like conditions where you're bedbound and you're in bandages. And if they just like doing anything where you have to use the restroom and they have to like, the nurse, whoever your aide is, they have to turn you over so you can use the bedpan. And it's like every day it's that chronic agonizing pain. So there are people that deal with that.
Yeah, and
so
it makes you probably
a lot of them want to just fucking die.
Probably bleed a lot. People in that scenario, like their skin cracking from moving too, and then they bleed. Imagine it's a lot of that going on for a long time. So yeah, this is a really sad story. It was funny how John did that with the picture in the beginning, but this is a really It's crazy how sensitive we are as humans. You know, people will like act like such badasses and stuff, but we're just fucking like jello, and we could get fucking just ruined so easily.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, here we go. I mentioned this earlier. So at first they had no clue who did it, and they were blaming it like Israel, and then it turned out that some other Islamic group, it was ISIS that did it. So they were giving like they had like a military funeral for some general, and ISIS decided that would be a good place to attack. And I know like people make a big deal about 9/11 and stuff, and like Islamic terrorist attacks on like Western soil, but people ignore just how common it is for these terrorist groups to attack people living in the Middle East and like living in these like Islamic states. And like in Pakistan, there was a school where they went in and the terrorist group, they said, like, okay, all the kids under the age of 12, they're too young. And they murdered, like, hundreds of children. And I remember seeing some, like, coverage of it, but just think, it's like, what if that happened in the United States, if there were a group of, like, 5-10 people that went into a school and, like, a high school and, like, murdered hundreds of students? It's like, people would be talking about it, and it would be all over the media for years.
Yeah, it seems like, am I wrong to say, like, they're
bored.
When they do that kind of stuff, like kill all those children, their justification in their mind is like religious stuff.
Yeah,
right?
They're the different denomination.
Yeah.
It would be like a Catholic group bombing a Lutheran church or an Episcopal church because they're a slightly
different
wrong
religion.
It's not even the wrong religion. It's like it's the Bible, but they go about like practicing in a slightly different manner. And like fuck human beings, the in-group out-group bias bullshit.
What they need to be introduced to is like the idea that one of those kids could have grown up and had their mentality. You know, one of those kids could have grown up and been part of their religion and stuff, and then they're gonna really. We need to mess up their.
They need more recruits.
No, I'm saying mess up their worldview by introducing them to that, because like they could have killed somebody that ended up being just like them. I mean, those are just kids. You don't know what they're going to grow up to believe and think and stuff.
The people that killed them were terrorists, so...
Those kids could grow up to be terrorists, yeah.
You're saying that's...
I'm saying that would destroy...
their worldview?
I'm saying that would destroy Dirk, can you talk more?
Okay. John, they would be young enough that you could indoctrinate them to your sect of the faith and have them become child
I was
soldiers.
just making a joke, and I was saying it would destroy their worldview to introduce them to the idea that those kids could have been grown up to be just like them. Because those kids were in that, just because those kids were in that area and stuff doesn't mean they were going to grow up to adopt that religion for sure and continue having those beliefs.
Okay.
I'm saying, Gene, that people are individuals.
I think it's a very
people are individuals, and people aren't part of a Borg. Introduce that idea to them and destroy them. Well, it's broken when you're here to break it.
Oh.
Okay. I don't get it.
Jesus Christ, man.
What, Dirt? You don't think that joke's kind of...
No, I'm just heap on another fucking helping handful of graphic content, Gene. Where the fuck are the kittens in this carnage, bro?
Well, we don't have the intro for Kittens and Carnage.
It's not been a very fluffy evening.
State-run media in Iran are reporting that more than 100 people have been killed and many more wounded after explosions at an event honoring a prominent general. An Iranian senior official is alleging the explosions are a terrorist attack, but no details have been released on who could be behind them. The explosions struck an event that was being held near the gravesite of General Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guards Quds Force, who was killed by a U.S. airstrike in Iraq in 2020.
Okay, I think we discussed this enough. Okay, so here's
My name is
where
Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your
they
top stories
accuse
across
Israel.
the country and the world. You are taking a live look at this hour over the Israel-Lebanon border as we do get to the latest details developing over the last several hours here on the war between Israel and Hamas. Israel now saying that troops by ground, air, and sea have struck over 100 terror targets in the Gaza Strip, including operational command centers and military sites. And Iran's president saying the October 7th massacre in southern Israel, dubbed Operation Al-Aqsa Flood by the Hamas terror group, will bring about the downfall of Israel. He made the comments while speaking at the funerals for the nearly 100 victims killed in bombings by ISIS. Mourners there heard chanting, "Revenge, revenge, death to America and death to Israel." I want to talk about all of these developments, so let's bring in Mark Chandler, the Director of Government Relations and Professor of Practice in the Department of Intelligence and Security Studies at Coastal Carolina.
Weird that ISIS of all times you'd think that they have more animosity towards Israel than like Iran or towards like the opposite sect of their religion. So like I would think that, you know what, maybe if they're going to try to orchestrate some mass attack that kills like around 100 people, then they maybe they should have focused more on like Israel. If that you'd think that that's what they would do. I'm not saying they should have done that, but it just I don't know.
University and also a former senior intelligence defense official. As always, Mark, thank you so much for taking the
time.
Or
they shouldn't have taken credit for it. They should have blamed it on Israel because they already thought it was Israel. So ISIS could have just not taken credit for it, and then that's what they could have done.
Unless ISIS takes credit for shit it doesn't do.
Yeah, well, they've done that before, but the other issue is they've taken credit for that, and if they didn't, then it could have been like two birds, one stone. They would have been able to kill a bunch of people the opposite sect and fuck with that funeral. And then they also would have like increased tensions between like all the different like Middle Eastern nations and Israel. So they just seem very, I don't know, counterproductive.
Are you trying to say you're a better terrorist than ISIS?
Yeah, if I was the leader of a terrorist group, no. That's what I would have done. I would have been like, "Ooh, they're blamed." I would have structured it like I want to fuck with Israel. I would attack people on my own side to like frame the side that we're against in order to like add more fuel to the flames.
All the latest here. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Josh, and good morning to you and all your viewers today.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to talk about the comments that were made there by Iran's president.
Good morning, Josh.
Next vid.
Mourners on Friday wept over rows of coffins wrapped in Iranian flags as a mass funeral was held for victims of two deadly blasts in the city of Kerman. Nearly 100 people were killed at a memorial service for Iranian military commander General Qasem Soleimani on Wednesday. The general was assassinated in Iraq in 2020 by a US drone. At a funeral service, Iran's president Ibrahim Raisi vowed revenge.
Our enemies can see Iran's power, and the whole world knows its strength and capabilities. Our forces will decide on the place and time to take action.
Who's that gay guy? James, who's that gay guy?
He's the head of state of Iran.
His interior minister has told State TV a number of suspects had been arrested. In Tehran, crowds took to the streets and chanted in honor of those lost in the bloodiest such attacks in Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution.
In Iran, they've also been dealing with a lot of like protests because not too long ago, the religious police like beat a young woman to death because she wasn't wearing her hijab, and now there's been a lot of like defiance, like these kind of like protests where people will just not wear their hijabs and stuff.
Yeah.
And the police, I should find the video, like their government put up a video that this is unacceptable and we will arrest people who aren't wearing their hijab. And you'd think like out of all the things to enforce, out of all the problems out there, women not wearing their like headscarf so God Magic Man isn't able to see it. Yeah, that's really like we live. It's like the year 2023. It's like it's a fairly developed country, and it's like we put man on the moon and everything, but then you still have nations where they're concerned over like people not wearing their headscarves for the Magic Man.
It seems like the dude that came up with that was a jealous ass husband. He just did not want other dudes to look at his wife. It's like, no, only I should look at that.
I mean, probably.
That's.
I mean, to be fair, Muhammad was like Muhammad. What was it? It was a 12-year-old that he married.
Sounds about right.
Islamic State have claimed two of its members were responsible for the attack, a claim cleric Ahmad Khatami is skeptical of.
It is true that Islamic State has made a statement taking responsibility for the attack. But the thing is, who is IS? IS has the backing of the USA.
It's like we're in a world
Israel and the United
full
States
of adults we're in a world full of adults that have minds like children. It's so silly, isn't it, Gene? Like,
well, I mean,
the majority of the world is like this, where they think hijab and bullshit like that. Like, they think whatever they're, they.
Well, you're not interpreting it the right way, Shad. They're not true, like Malo. They're not true Christians.
Yeah, this other one's the right one.
And those people really irritate me, where they're kind of the Christian's name only. Because it's just, teach people not to think, teach people to interpret things however they want. And it's not just with religion. When you take those habits elsewhere, where I'm just going to turn my brain off and ignore facts when I don't like it, you're an unprincipled person.
Yeah. A lot of times when we're talking about this, though, I constantly go back to feeling that way when I'm thinking of these kind of people. I feel like they're children at heart, like they're not at heart, but just like mentally they're children. They're not.
Well, is it like mentally they're children, when maybe this is just how humans, like the majority of people are? Maybe this is
just so silly and stupid and childish to me to follow this stuff. It's so childish, I feel like, and all these adults, these big grown men that are older than us and stuff, they're following this stuff like a bunch of dumb fucks. I don't know.
Of backing anti-Iran militant groups that have carried out attacks in the past. The explosions took place amid a tense mood in the region as Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza neared the 3-month mark.
ISIS is claiming responsibility for 2 suicide bombings in southern Iran. The explosions went off near the burial site of a slain Iranian military commander as Shiite mourners gathered.
Killing themselves in these attacks, and they honestly believe that doing so, they will like go to heaven with like, 72 virgins, and they believe they're going to go to magical land. Here, let's get to the next story.
Once again today, the U.S. was drawn into hostilities involving Iranian-backed militias in the Middle East, attacking a target in Iraq while the showdown in the Red Sea is growing.
What do you call a swimming terrorist?
I don't know.
A bath bomb.
That's all right.
Keir Simmons now with late developments.
Tonight, the U.S. sending a message to Iran. An American airstrike killing the leader of an Iranian-backed militia in Baghdad. A senior U.S. defense official calling it a precision strike on his vehicle, saying he was actively involved in planning and carrying out attacks against American personnel. U.S. bases in the Middle East have been hit over 100 times by various Iran-backed militias, according to the Pentagon. But tonight, Iraq, furious, saying the assassination...
Which one of the countless militias is this one?
It had with Washington. Then there's the growing threat from the Iranian-backed Houthi militia. Just hours after the US and others issued a final warning to the group to stop attacks on ships in the Red Sea, the Houthis launching an unmanned drone boat loaded with explosives and detonating just a couple of miles from US Navy and commercial ships, the Pentagon says. President Biden under pressure to order a stronger military response. Among the options reviewed by members of his national security team Wednesday, strikes against Houthi targets inside Yemen, involving the US and other allied militaries, according to...
Okay, instead of going to war with them, like, I think I pitched this idea before. Like the Simpsons movie, where Springfield was too much of a burden to the rest of the world, polluting the world and shit like that. They just flew a giant dome over Springfield. Maybe we should do that to the Middle East, where we just lie in a giant dome.
We'll turn the Middle East into a giant terrarium.
Yeah, and we have a tradition where every 50 years... we try to like lift up the dome to see if they're ready. They've gotten past all the religion and everything. And then there will be, it's like 100 years later, it's like, are they ready yet? No, not ready. They're bombing each other. And then like 200 years later, we lift the dome up again. Are they ready to be reintroduced to the rest of the world?
What did they do when we lift up the lid?
What's that?
Do it again.
They were fighting.
No.
But
I will see my 60 virgins. No. Is that what it sounds like, Gene?
Yes. What? Why are you saying what the fuck, Gene?
Gene's canceled, guys.
What do you do? What, is that racist? How's that racist?
It's not, but a lot of people
are idiots.
Will be like, that's offensive, but I do that stuff all the time because I'm the greatest.
It's like criticizing the hijab, and it's like, that's racist. It's like, it's not a fucking race. some tradition. You could claim, maybe you could say it's xenophobic, but again, it's like it has nothing to do with race.
Yeah, and the thing is talking like that, like we just talked, isn't about race either. It's not inherent to the race. If somebody was born of that race in America, they would talk with an American accent. If they were born in Britain or something, they would talk with an accent like people do around there. That's just how it works.
And that's probably what they would be doing when they're fighting each other.
And in order for it to be racist, it has to be something that's inherent to the race that you're making fun of. If you're
you can be any race and grow up in that part of the world.
Yeah.
But
and talk like that. You're going to talk similar to the people that surround you. That's just how it is.
Yeah, we're just bigots. But I remember Ben Affleck, he was on like Bill Maher, and they were discussing like issues with like Islam extremism and so forth, and he's like, "I don't care. That's racist. Saying it's a sex that's racist." It's like they're talking about the doctrine of the religion. It's like, you're a fucking moron.
I remember that interview. That was like, what was it, like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
Who
it was
was
like
it?
during the Batman v Superman.
Who was it? They got interview?
Ben Affleck.
Oh, Ben Affleck. Oh, I'd like to watch that interview at some point then. That'd be interesting.
The Red Sea,
Yeah,
a
we'd
critical
probably
economic
find
route
it.
used by 12% of global cargo shipping, as the amount of massive disruption to trade, fueling more inflation. Meanwhile, Iran is under pressure too, after that deadly terror attack inside Iran Wednesday. ISIS tonight claiming responsibility. And there are fears of an escalating regional conflict here
Yeah,
in
one of the
Lebanon,
first things that
Today,
popped
Hamas
up when
holding
I
a few-
typed in Ben Affleck was Bill Maher. Ben Affleck, Bill Maher.
That interview is one of the first thing that comes up?
Yeah.
Or one of the first things? Yeah, I'd like to watch that at some point. I don't know if you want to watch it now and everything, but at some point.
We can. It's brief.
Yeah, speed it up to try not to get no copyright problem.
For the last few years, Bill Maher has sparked
Speed
controversy
it up,
for his views on
James.
religion,
Speed it up.
particularly for his views on Islam. Lately, he's been defending those views by saying he's just speaking uncomfortable truths. He's standing up for the principles of all liberalism. In his words, in the Muslim world, that is what's lacking. On Friday's HBO's Real Time, Ben Affleck pushed back against this criticism, and he pushed back hard.
You're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something... Well, it's not a real thing when we do it. Right.
Well, no, I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people, and that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
why are you so hostile about this? It's gross. It's racist. It's not. It's so not. It's like saying those you're shifty Jew. You're not listening to what we are saying. You guys are saying if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles, like freedom of speech, like we are endowed by our forefathers with an inalienable life, like all men are created.
No, Ben, we have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad ideas.
But why is the mother lode of bad ideas?
Jesus.
So we have.
Yeah, they're talking about Islam is like we got to go against bad ideas. It's an ideology, and he's like, it's racist.
Yeah, like blasphemy.
It is. It's an ugly thing. How about more than a billion?
I like how
who don't punch women, who just want to go to school.
What's that?
I like how much it bothers Ben Affleck to even have this kind of conversation. It's so
And he doesn't even understand it.
Yeah, but it's so funny. He's getting so bothered by this conversation. It's like, you never have these kind of conversations, do you, Ben?
Yeah, you can tell that like you're just discussing things that are more philosophical, more like higher concept stuff.
Wait a second. And you're painting a whole religion with that.
He's definitely out of his element.
First of all,
and
the
he
definition of
can't
Muslims are
stop.
people who just want to go to the store, eat sandwiches,
And he can't stop. And he can't stop interrupting too. Instead of like during that whole conversation, it's not respected and back and forth. He keeps on interrupting them and interrupting them and interrupting them and getting
he's
all
doing
bothered.
the Raisin Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like this is like what I'm talking about, like the bleeding hearts and shit like that. It's like you can tell that they never have any sort of thought-provoking conversations. They never discuss like anything that's more conceptual. But then they they hear something like this and they can't grasp the nuance and they can't go back and forth and really.
The thing is that they're people that don't really care about this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
not
it's
enough
fake.
to put in the time and the effort to actually figure out anything about these or construct
Explore
any
it.
sort of decent like opinion on
Read
it.
a book or two.
But they care so much about it when it comes up because they're just so morally correct. It's like, I'm
it's
sorry.
sanctimonious.
Being
It's
morally
virtue signaling.
correct isn't just about what just seems to be good and bad. It's also about intelligence and stuff. You have to be able to understand what's good and bad in this world. It's not always so black and white and so easy to see. Sometimes there's a little bit of thought.
It's also about like virtue signaling, and it's about steamrolling the other person and making a bunch of noise, because that's how you prove that you're right and you understand things. Oh my God, it's racist! It seems like so many people, that's the kind of discussion. You talk about the squeegee kids. Let's they never talk about anything that has any level of sophistication at all. And then, if this stuff's brought up, you just throw a tantrum and freak out.
And we shouldn't look to celebrities to influence our political views, because all the celebrities, like Skeppy said, out of fucking touch.
People need to stop listening to Logan Paul.
Pray 5 times a day is basically perfect and can't be improved upon. Second of all, put me down in the Ben Affleck camp on this strongly. I think to suggest that what is happening in the most extreme form in some Muslim countries is representative of the views of all Muslims is gross and racist, or to obsess over what the particular problem with Islam is. What's also a bit gross is that these are 5 non-Muslim guys sitting around talking about what the Muslims think. And from that standpoint, it's just a very weird conversation to have. If you just
wait, what do you mean? It's like they're talking about they're not Muslim and they're talking about what Muslims
think. So you're
think,
not allowed,
you're
not allowed to talk about a subject or criticize it unless one of the people in the conversation is that. So you can't
these are a bunch of climate change believers that none of them are climate change deniers, and they're all talking about what climate change deniers think.
Hold on. Isn't this ironic? Because he's criticizing them. And does he fit would he consider himself to be of their ideology?
Yeah, is he a religious Islamic skeptic? No, he's a dude that isn't an Islamic religious skeptic, and
so it's fine for him to criticize things that he doesn't fit in that category, but it's not okay for other people to do it. It's genius. This guy's smart. He has glasses, Gene.
See, again, critical thinking, where is it?
Faith, everyone would immediately recognize it as bizarre or offensive. For instance, can you imagine a conversation with a group of Gentiles sitting around the table having a conversation about the Jews being particularly violent, or that the Jews believe X, Y, and Z? It is inconceivable for very good reason. For more than 12 years now, the American media has had this debate about the nature of violent Islam and the nature of the Islamic religion.
The problem with what he just said is that there's two different Jews. There's the race and there's the religion, and it would 100% be just fine for people to sit around and talk about the religion and be like, they believe this. I think that's stupid.
And that's full of semantics where people are too stupid to understand that words can have more than one definition. And in college, there was this one kid where I brought up all the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They're all completely homophobic and so forth. And the guy's like, that's racist. And I brought up I explained to him these are ideologies. They're not they're not racist. And he's like, Jewish is a race. And it's it has multiple definitions. So look at what I was talking about. I named 2 other ideologies. Why I was not using that definition of the word, you fucking moron.
Yeah.
It's what kind of bark does this dog breed have? What? They're dogs. They're not trees. They don't have bark.
A distinctly nefarious force in world affairs, yet time and time again, there's this conversation that occasionally bubbles to the surface about the Muslims that so often doesn't actually include, Muslims. So if you're going to have this conversation about the Muslims are this, or the Muslims are that, or the Muslims believe X, Y, and Z, then have it with someone who actually practices.
Wait, hold on, I'll pause again. Shouldn't he not be talking about Muslim at all? Because nobody here is Muslim.
Well, he's talking about people talking about
But Muslims, he can't talk about people talking about Muslim without a Muslim being in the room talking about it too.
Wait, Shabisky.
And it's
we're talking about him talking about someone else, and there's no Muslim.
There's no Muslim on the podcast.
Oh my god. Well, never-ending cascade.
That's what we need to do on the podcast. If we talk about lesbian things, we're going to bring a lesbian on the show. If we talk about Republican stuff, bring a Republican on the show. If we talk about Nazis, we got to bring a Nazi on the show.
I'm already here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's
here.
So stupid because he's talking about how, you have to have like a Muslim. It's like, okay, well, it's just when it comes to any of these religious beliefs, it's just people interpret them like so many people will interpret them as loosely as they want and inconsistently. And so many people, it's the cult of the blank page. They're like Christian in name only, Muslim in name only.
Yeah.
And it's like some of them abide by like what's in the Quran, the Bible, whatever their scripture is, they abide by it in its entirety in a very draconian manner. Others will only like really practice a third of it, a half of it. Then this is where the no true Scotsman fallacy. When are they like, and the things, which ones are the true Muslims? Because why don't you talk to them about how to practice the faith? And it's like, okay, but what about the ones where there's all the stuff in the Quran, the Bible, whatever, depending on the like particular religious denomination they are? What about the ones that don't even follow through with all?
The funny thing about this too is that it would be really hilarious to get an interview with this guy and then ask him things like pull things out of the Quran or whatever, different ideologies that he would not agree with. Be like, do you believe in this? Do you believe that a woman shouldn't be allowed?
You got to talk to a Muslim. Well, they don't interpret it that way. And it's just, when it says you can beat your slave, you just can't kill them through beating them.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think about that?
Some people may interpret it as you can beat your slave, you just can't kill them through beating them. But to me, I interpret it as, you know what? You shouldn't eat too much potato salad on like a Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's going to be straight up.
Your heart chooses to interpret it. And when people say it's figurative and crap like that, and you talk to them, it's just like, you're somebody where you don't fucking read. Most people have like an 8th grade level of literacy, and you don't even know what you're fucking saying when you say it's figurative. It's like, is it hyperbole? Is it a simile? Is it a metaphor? Like,
is it a parable?
Yeah, and it's just they can't even explain why they even think it's like figurative. And plus, when you're writing text that's supposed to inform, it's like I'm gonna write a tutorial, but I'm gonna make it all figurative. It's like maybe when you're writing informative things, you're not being figurative because you want people to actually understand it. So that makes sense. Create a text that's very arbitrary where nobody can agree on the interpretation. It's so loose where it's just one giant cryptic fucking puzzle. And it's like, but we don't know God's grand plan. It's like, well, God seems like an asshole when he's going to make the scripture as like nebulous as possible. So no, people are fighting over the right way to practice it. It's like, I'm sure the people that established these faiths, you look at the history behind it, I'm sure they wanted people to follow it in a very tongue-in-cheek manner.
So, what were you going to say, Drunken Crow?
Also, I think all 3 Abrahamic books claim to be the written down spoken word of God. So if you're just cherry picking and like loosely following, you're not a true Muslim, you're not a true Christian, you're not a true this, that, whatever. If you're just loosely basing your fucking life off of a book.
It's a sin to pluck your eyebrows in the Muslim religion.
And people don't even, I love people that, especially in the West with Christianity, they don't even read the Bible. They don't even know what's in the book, but yet they're going to associate with it. It's like, why are you going to give yourself the title of Christian when you haven't even researched your faith at all? You have like little to no knowledge of what's even in that book, but yet, and you haven't even like read up. And it's just, again, you got these hipsters in pampered suburbanite land in their 20s where basic algebra is a challenge for them. They have like the average American has an 8th grade level of literacy, 4 in 5 adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. but clearly they're the ones that know the right way to practice it. You look at the institutions that establish this faith. You look at what the historians say, the like people who established the faith, how they enforced it. And when you look at how those institutions continue to enforce the faith from its foundation all the way through its history up until very recently, they were really doing it wrong. It's the new age hipster approach who doesn't do any research on the history at all, where they know better than all of the pundits, all of the like etymologists, all the historians and stuff. They all got all the information wrong. Go ahead, Shab.
I'm reading a list of strange Muslim rules, right? There's stuff like wearing the color yellow is forbidden. If you have unmarried sex, you should be whipped 100 times and exiled for a year. But this one,
they're not following it the right way.
Hold on, but this one really caught my eye. Dogs should be killed. All dogs.
Well, it's figurative. I mean, maybe
all
when they say dog, maybe they really. Well, maybe they really like. To me, it means that like you shouldn't masturbate on leap years. That's how my heart interprets it.
If I really want to know, like, is that's just crazy. If that's really part of the religion, like all dogs should be killed. That's pretty crazy. I don't know. That's pretty weird and crazy.
And Istanbul in Turkey, they're definitely not. They should all be shunned because they're look at how they treat the dogs and everything.
But there's a difference between like some countries might eat dog and stuff. There's a difference between that and like their religion being like get rid of this species.
Well,
you're just interpreting it wrong.
I interpret dogs as being Jews.
Oh God.
Well, see, like when I read the Bible and it says that like if you rape a young woman, you must like pay the father 50 shekels of silver. To me, the word shekel means the. To me, the word silver means potato. I mean, it just yeah. But the argument people make is that, well, it's lost to time. Like let's just appeal to the possibility that the historians, the linguists and stuff that are like translating the text and stuff, let's just assume that they got it wrong. And it's like, oh, so and this is a good example of how they're unprincipled people, because I'm not going to understand the academics and the research, the science, but whenever experts, and this is even outside of like religion, if scientists don't tell me what I like, well, they could be wrong, therefore they are wrong. It's the appeal to possibility.
But when they do, I agree with them and I point it out.
Yeah.
And
it's just, it's plausibility versus possibility. It's epistemology 101. Out of all the possibilities, which one is the most plausible? And they're too stupid to get that. It's just, hey, even though it's much less plausible that like all the world's leading pundits, like all the world's leading authorities when it comes to linguistics and history say that, yeah, this is how it was practiced throughout like ancient medieval times. And this is what, when you adapt, like try to translate it from Hebrew and Latin and stuff, this is what it translates to. It's the argument of, well, I'm going to act as if like I know better than them when I can barely speak English. And I find writing a basic grade school essay to be a challenge. But yeah, the experts, I'm just going to assume that they translated it wrong. And it's like, well, then if you're just going to claim that like 80% of it is translated incorrectly, there you go. What about the stuff you think's translated correctly? Why don't you think that's translated incorrectly? And then it's like, if you're just going to interpret it that way, then it's still meaningless. Because even if you don't play the stupid figurative game, you're still going to just interpret it however you want. So it might as well be a collection of blank pages. It's just, it's meaningless.
People that think that way don't care enough about the truth.
Yeah, they don't care about logic and reasoning.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, part of being smart is caring about the truth, and that's just delusional thinking and stuff to do that kind of stuff. Sometimes reality isn't so pretty. Sometimes you just need to accept that it doesn't fit what your emotions want.
Like I say, that kind of thinking makes a person unprincipled, so it's still toxic and problematic. And a good example is like psychology. When you bring up, like, talk about human behavior and what the science says is a natural facet of just embedded elements of human behavior or of human thought, they will sit there and be like, well, I don't know. I've never taken any classes in psychology. I've never read any books. I don't know what pundits say. But if the pundits are saying that, well, they could be wrong. Therefore, I'm just going to assume they're wrong. And it's like, there you go. So when the research says that this is harmful towards children, that this is really like deleterious for somebody's health and so forth, because you don't want to believe that the science behind the human brain is true, you're just going to ignore it because, again, making up your own facts.
Also, and I'm not blaming it 100% on the Abrahamic faiths, but they get big props for birthing flat earthers and young earth creationists.
Yep. I mean, just, hey, like, if this could be true, therefore it is true. The appeal to possibility.
Oh, and
could have been a bunch of leprechauns behind 9/11. They used their magical leprechaun powers to do it and to conceal any evidence. So it's the magical leprechaun cult.
Conversation, which I found a
can't disprove it.
So, Reza, you don't think that there's anything more? There's the justice system in Muslim countries. You don't think is somehow more?
Okay, let's get back to
leader assassinated.
Next topic.
It is getting too loud for the White House to ignore. The House Speaker
Fox
is warning
News.
The Biden border crisis is far past its breaking point. Lawmakers witnessing illegal immigrants crossing into the country flowing in as they visited Eagle Pass, Texas. Some of us, myself included, have been saying this for 2 years. House Speaker Johnson leading the largest border delegation to date. More than 60, all Republicans, getting an up-close look at the border crisis. Johnson and his fellow Republicans tore into the Biden administration.
Under President Biden, America has laid out a welcome mat to illegal immigrants, smugglers, and cartels. He is responsible for the grave threat to our national security.
The American people are absolutely sick of the policies that they've seen.
Now is the time to make sure America is safe, and we do
and
that.
We went over this earlier when it comes to the immigration boogeyman and just how the people that care the most about this are the people that are the least affected.
By taking a down payment on border security in 24, last month, record month, 300.
If only we had a wall!
Country, the pace of the Biden administration in his term as president will reach 12 million when they're done.
Yeah, didn't a wall do a really good job preventing Hamas from conducting a terrorist attack? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, a wall's definitely gonna help, like across like one of the world's largest borders.
The policies of Mayorkas are being used by the cartels to exploit the American people and make billions of dollars. Accountability is coming, I promise.
Well, there it is. House Republicans vowing accountability for Homeland.
I'm voting for him. I live in bumfuck nowhere like Kansas, and yeah, I'm one of the 2 million people in the country that's less than 1% of the population, and I'm gonna have we're gonna have what is it? We all have 20% of all the votes in Congress and everything, compared to over 1/2 of the country.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. They plan to hold their first impeachment hearing now. That date has been set, and are looking into impeaching him by next week. Mayorkas and the White House have dismissed this tidal wave of criticism.
Doing this intentionally and that you're a liar, your reaction?
I don't have time for words like that. We are focused here on solutions.
The president has confidence in the secretary. What they're doing, the House Republicans are doing with this impeachment inquiry is baseless. We believe that it's a political stunt. We have House Republicans that's literally blocking the president's effort to do something. That's what they're doing.
See, there are far more Republicans that should be in office than there are. They have such inflated numbers.
There's
And
far
look
less
at how
Republicans that should be in office than are. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, because what?
You said there's far more Republicans that should be in office than are. That's what you said. You meant less.
No, I'm saying there's far more Republicans that are in office
I think you said
than there should be.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
They're playing political games.
Can't even believe she says that with a
Political
straight face.
game?
In focus, Congressman Andy Biggs.
And again, you look at all the red states and stuff, and it's just, if you look at, and we've just discussed the Senate, where each state gets 2 senators. Representatives, the House of Representatives is still based on your population. So California will get more representatives than most other states. But the problem is, if you look at it, it's like a lot of these states, based on the math, it's like percentage-wise, they should be getting, like every state gets at least 3 representatives, where a lot of states should get like half of a representative. And you add that up where you got all these states that have a population that doesn't even, you look at the ratio of more populated states like New York or California, and you think about it, if that's 20 states and they all are getting 3 times the amount or 6 times the amount, the representation than they should have, that's going to make up, let's say probably like 4 times the amount of, so I would say probably that's I can't think of it, but
well, John, back then they were trying to give those very low populated states / territories the same amount of representation as the other states, and then all of it, and then it's not keeping up with the times.
Yeah, because back then things were more, the federal government had much less of like an influence and had much less involvement when it came to what was going on in the state politics. And that was where the Civil War happened, where it's like, at first it's like, okay, each state is supposed to be pretty much its own kind of little mini country, and they were all their own like separate colonies and shit like that. So things were more fragmented. But then after the Civil War, where they established the Confederate state of America and the Confederacy, the difference between like democracy is that it is there isn't a centralized federal government. And then like I think after the Civil War, that was the turning point where it's like, no, we're one unionized country. You're like, each state doesn't have absolute autonomy. So because that's the case, I think the House of Representatives thing needs to go.
Republican of Arizona and co-chair of the border.
It's kind of like the European Union, where it's something like Germany has the largest population of any other European like union state or member, and Malta, it's something like, you look at the numbers and like they supposedly like each one of their citizens, if you look at it based on population, get like their votes would be worth like something like 3-4 of Germany's citizens. But the problem is, it's this loose union where the policies in the European Union don't have that much of an effect on the individual countries. Plus, people can leave the union if they want to. So when the United States established, it was kind of like similar to what the European Union is. And then, and people didn't really think of themselves as, I'm an American, for quite a while. They thought of themselves as, I'm a Texan. I'm from like Massachusetts. I'm from Jersey. They identified more with their state than their country. And then that changed. And again, it's something that's very antiquated and outdated. There needs to be, it's kind of like how the served till death, like the Supreme Court, that's something that needs to be redacted, and that's something that needs to be reformed.
Oh yeah, that's bullshit.
And yes, he was there yesterday with that very large group of Republicans. We'll get to him in a moment. Let's begin with Bill Malugin in Eagle Pass, Texas. Bill.
Harris, good morning to you. When those Republicans were here in Eagle Pass yesterday, they said they got a briefing from Border Patrol, and we're told that the cartel across the river from us is making $32 million per week just here in the Eagle Pass area based off their human smuggling, which is going on all along the southern border. Take a look at this video our team shot in Arizona late yesterday afternoon. This is that Lukeville area we've been reporting from the last few weeks. More men from all around the world crossing illegally, large numbers of men from Africa, countries like Liberia, Mali, Senegal, Guinea, others crossing later in the day, more of a mixture of family units, some women from Ecuador, Brazil, some of those other countries. But we also encountered a man from Guinea who was on the other side of the border wall and was just begging Border Patrol to please let him into the U.S. He also, for some reason, had a New York State ID card in his hand. Take a listen to this exchange.
Please, my brother, please don't let me here. Please, may Allah help you.
So you see it there. That's that New York State ID card he's holding in his hand there. We don't know much about it, if it's his or somebody else's, if it's real or fake, how he has it, why he has it. All we know is that man did later successfully cross illegally into the Lukeville area. Our Border Patrol contacts telling us that, but he was one of several men waiting near a breach in the border wall. You can see the cut in the beam right there, who were hoping to be able to go through that open breach. And back out here live, look, Republicans have been talking for a long time about the threat of impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. Well, next week, as you mentioned earlier in your show, Harris, they're going to have their very first official impeachment inquiry hearing. That is going to be set for January 10th. That is going to be the first step towards a potential markup and eventually maybe a House floor vote in terms of finally impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. We'll see how it all plays out. We'll send it back to you.
So I just looked this up real quick. So California has 52 representatives. Now, the bottom 20 states, I believe, here, let's look. Yeah, the bottom 20 states all have 3 representatives each. So if you add that up, that would be, and now I think, yeah, some of them have 4, so let's just say the happy medium, 4.5, and then, times 20, that would be 90. So that's 90 representatives for a population that, again, those bottom 20 states make up less than a percent of the country's population, and then California has has 30 million and stuff like that, and it has over 10 times the population of all those different states. And they get 40 more representative votes.
Thank you very much. Very startling to hear that man beg to be let in, and then of course he just came on.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
I mean, you wonder how many times
in the chat, young man's 15K gets you across the border with U.S. fake papers and all. And Drunken Crow said, "You would know, young."
Ooh.
I love that.
We have something we can hold over Young Minded's head in the future.
That's
we want
so
to be
funny.
Nefarious douchebags.
After all the Mexican jokes about him and border crossing, he fucking says that. That was just great. Oh my god.
Was I wrong on my
Republican Congressman Andy Biggs
suspicion?
of Arizona, co-chair of the Border Security Caucus, member of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees. And Congressman Biggs, again.
Okay, next story. Yay, back to the Ukraine.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin said moments ago that Russia will increase its airstrikes on Ukraine in the coming days, weeks, and months. This comes as Ukraine says that Odessa on the Black Sea coast came under assault from unmanned Russian drones just hours into the new year. 1 person died, at least 9 were injured. New Year's Day was officially declared a day of mourning in Ukraine, where the death toll is climbing after the large-scale attacks from Russia a couple days ago. Search and rescue operations are still underway in Kyiv, where at least 28 people were killed, 30 injured. At least 53 people across Ukraine were killed in that large-scale attack. CNN's Claire Sebastian is watching this for us. Claire, what are you learning this morning?
Yeah, good morning, John. Look, I think even before we heard from President Putin, who was speaking at a military rehabilitation hospital this morning, it was pretty clear, given the events of the last few days, that Russia is stepping up the intensity of its air war with those missile and drone attacks on Friday. New Year's Eve saw, according to the Ukrainian Air Force, some 90 drones. They say was a record amount fired at Ukraine, of which they were able to avert 87 of them. But still, hearing it from Putin, saying it out loud, they are going to step up. He says strikes on Ukraine's military installations and things like that. So it seems that the air war is now growing in importance, perhaps inevitable given the lack of movement on the front lines. So look, almost all regions of Ukraine on New Year's Eve facing an air alert. As I said, those 90 drones. These numbers are very significant. This may be a message not only to Ukraine, but also to the US, where, of course, Ukraine has now been promised the last package of military aid, unless, of course, Congress approves more funding, that Russia is willing and able to exploit the gaps in.
I mean, I think they need to just bite the bullet and accept a peace deal by now. I mean, they did take back a decent amount of land that Russia was trying to annex, and Russia was planning on like invading the entire country and replacing the government, installing their own kind of like satellite government, and they prevented that. And I'd say that they should probably join, like Norway and Finland joined NATO now, and that's a big blow to like Russia, because they were doing this to stop the expansion of NATO, and that greatly increased like Norway and Finland had pretty decent militaries. It didn't just it wasn't like also a great addition to their military strength, but it also greatly increased the borders of NATO. And I think Ukraine should just pass a treaty, and then when the war's over, join NATO.
Increase the
Ukraine
strength of the
exploits the gaps
right?
in its Western weapon supplies, John.
It's almost as Vladimir Putin is taunting the United States, as the Congress here seems to be deadlocked on whether to provide new aid to Ukraine. What are you hearing from Ukrainian leader Volodymyr?
Where's your camera off?
Because it keeps freezing, bro. Why am I gonna have my camera on when every 2 minutes it gets?
Well, maybe it'll fix it. Well, maybe it'll fix.
I'll make a fool of myself.
Have you tried?
I didn't notice it freezing.
Turn it back on. See if it fixes.
Well, only it's because Shab sucks.
Yeah.
Drunken Crow, turn yours on too.
Is it freezing on the stream?
You're so cute.
This is both from Putin and Zelensky. Zelensky's was much longer, some 20 minutes, compared to the 3.5 or so that Putin spoke for. And he did what we originally heard him do, which was really to try to accentuate the positive.
Yeah.
Either try unplugging your cam and plugging it back in, or try leaving the disc, restart your Discord or something. It's one of those things will probably fix it.
Dude, you're on a computer. Here. This computer's been on all day. I'll do a whole system reset. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah. Dirt's the greatest. Look at him.
I honestly haven't seen him freeze up.
In a jarring reversal of U.S. foreign policy, the Biden administration seems to openly acknowledge
I blame Shab.
that the war in Ukraine will end with diplomacy and lost territory from Ukraine, and not through total Ukrainian victory. The White House gave the updated policy aim to Politico and argued this had been America's position throughout the conflict. However, as friend of the show Zed Jelani posted on X, arguing Ukraine would have to give up land is something which, if you said it 6 months ago, made you Putin's right-hand man. The news comes as America's European allies encourage the U.S. to send more military aid while praising aid sent so far. Here's a German government spokesperson saying just that.
So, I mean, they might actually continue to send aid, because if it's not just Ukraine, I mean, like I thought initially the other NATO countries were also like starting to think of cutting off aid and starting. I think Britain, like the UK, because they're our biggest allies, they were also discussing with the US and trying to cut back on the aid and focus more on like Israel and Hamas. But I think if the bulk of the NATO states are trying to pressure America, then they very well could follow through again.
Umfang von 250 Millionen US-Dollar freigegeben. Das haben wir zur Kenntnis genommen und begrüßen die weitere Unterstützung der USA für die Ukraine. Was das Weitere angeht, da vertrauen wir darauf, dass die USA, wie von Präsident Biden angekündigt, die Ukraine auch weiter unterstützen wird.
Also on Ukraine's list of concerns, pension payments. The Financial Times reports that without Western aid, Kiev might have to delay paying wages for 500,000 civil servants and 1.4 million teachers, as well as benefits for 10 million pensioners. Reportedly, the Ukrainian government is racing to cobble together money.
They're recruits. That's another issue where they gave a good fight, but I mean, Russia, like they're famous for their terrible blunders when it comes like logistics and stuff when it comes to war, but they're known for being able to sustain things with their war zone of attrition. Yeah, Shab.
Yeah.
Isn't Shab hilarious? Poopy, pee, funny faces.
See, that fixed it, Dirt. That fixed it, cutie pie. Look at you. You're
well, Shab, you know how, in the World War II, do you know what exactly turned things around in the favor of Russia?
Yes. Tanks.
No, that was World War I.
Oh, airplanes.
No. What happened was you had the Battle of Barbarossa, and what Germany did to annex like pretty much all of Europe in under 9 months is the blitzkrieg tactic. We've gone over that before. Do you know what the blitzkrieg tactic is? It's when you use like a large mass of airplanes, tanks, and stuff to give a very quick and or to execute a very decisive sort of mass preemptive strike and attack, and you're able to take over the country very quickly and efficiently. And it worked, and he wanted to do the same thing with Russia. And you had the Battle of Barbarossa, where he believed that he would be able to take out Russia very quickly, and he almost did. They ended up, I believe they annexed like pretty much all of the major southern cities. Like I think they even annexed St. Petersburg and stuff, all in the southern half of Russia. And in fact, things looked pretty like disparaging for Russia. Stalin even like kind of went into like recluse mode, where he went into his like bedroom for like 3 days and wouldn't come out and was drinking, because for a brief time it seemed like it was hopeless. But then a blizzard happened. It halted Germany's advance. And then because they weren't able to execute or continue their mass strike, it turned into a war of attrition. Their trucks and vehicles weren't able to move forward in the snow. And then it gave the Russians time to pretty much recruit all of their troops far east, bring like all of them to like the front lines, and they started to invest in mass production of like tanks and equipment and weapons. And because they were used to fighting in tundra and snow at that point, because it became a war of attrition, that's where things went downhill for Germany. And one of the things Russians did is they used this scorched earth tactic. Do you know what that is? That's where they burnt all their crops, all their like towns, factories, everything, and had all of their troops move to the like northeastern side of the country, so they could all relocate and assimilate into one like region and stuff. And what happened was the Germans were forced to march miles and miles in like frozen like tundra and everything, and harsh tundra. And then they were fucking screwed. And then when the Soviets did their counteroffensive, there you go. I mean, America started to invade from the south, and things went downhill for them. But here's the thing: it's kind of similar here, except they're kind of the bad guys in the scenario. Where in World War II, they invaded Finland at the start of the war because they were afraid Germany might break their treaty and invade. So they demanded that Finland cede like a decent chunk of their borders to the Soviets. They invaded, and they lost a shit ton of their troops and stuff. So when they did an initial invasion, they had a very embarrassing defeat from the Finnish. But it's similar here, where their logistics were terrible. It's kind of like what was going on with Finland, where they had a huge blunder, huge casualties. But then when things start to halt and turn into trench warfare, turn into a war of attrition, there you go. Russia's done the same thing. And things seem pretty starting to turn for Ukraine.
Benefits after promised funding from its closest allies failed to come through. It needs $37 billion in external support next year. Here to discuss the situation in Ukraine and what the West should do, for the show and military expert Daniel Davis, and you can catch his show Deep Dive on YouTube. Welcome back.
Okay, next vid.
It was not fireworks that greeted the new year in Ukraine, but a barrage of deadly missiles and drones. The war may not be in the headlines as much as it once was, but it continues. So, as we enter 2024, where do things stand? The front lines may not be moving, but that doesn't mean we have reached a stalemate.
The level of attrition and the level or speed at which both sides can regenerate combat power, offensive combat power, will set the conditions for later in 2024.
Yeah.
What? You keep saying war of attrition. What does the word attrition mean?
It means that it's kind of halted and both sides aren't really able to advance and really have like any notable sort of like offensive follow through. So it pretty much comes down to who can last the longest, who can like
it means struggle, I'm pretty sure is synonym.
Yeah, who can endure the longest, who can starve the other one out. And World War I, unlike World War II, was mostly like World War II, the big thing was the Blitzkrieg, the like what Japan did to Pearl Harbor with the airstrike carriers. It was all about those large initial strikes with large amounts of like military vehicles and stuff. Airplanes really changed the tide of the war in World War II. World War I, it turned into trench warfare, where very quickly they reached a stalemate, and you had the Western Front, which were trenches that went from like the Netherlands all the way down to like Italy. And for 4 years, so the majority of the war, they were just in stalemate in trenches, throwing mustard gas at each other, steadily sniping away at the other troops. And you had so many people, most of the people that died in World War I died of disease. A third of them, or not most, but a third of the people died of disease, things like gangrene, trench foot, and everything. And it was something like it was measured, the victory was measured in inches. So it's like so many millions of people died and they barely advanced by like just a few, like several feet. And that's something like All Quiet on the Western Front did a good job showing that. Just the hell they put all those young people through, because it was even common to draft people who were like 16 into the military, and millions of young men dying, and they weren't even able to advance by like even the span of just a mile. Pretty depressing. And then tanks is what changed the tide of war. The battle of Amiens, because America got involved in the last 6 months. It was America and Britain. It was like the first battles with tanks. They manufactured a bunch of tanks, and they were able to use it to break the stalemate. Because at the time, tanks weren't a thing. So the Germans and stuff had like and same thing with Austria-Hungary. They didn't have any countermeasures to deal with it. They didn't have any weapons like anti-tank weapons. So once they unleashed like the first regiment of tanks, the first tank battalion, they ran over the trenches and broke the stalemate and allowed the like all the powers on the Western Front to incapacitate Germany and Austria-Hungary. Yeah.
So both sides are in a race trying to inflict the most damage or attrition possible while regenerating.
Don't you like these history lessons, Shab?
Oh yeah, baby.
Forces. And whoever wins that process is going to have a substantial advantage later in the conflict. And so,
dude, maybe I should do. I did a brief stream on like trench warfare, but a lot of people like pay attention. Know a lot. There's a lot of World War II movie stuff, but maybe I should cover World War I a bit more. Yeah, I should cover the Civil War. I should cover just how fucked up a lot of the like what was going on in those wars, and just how much people had to struggle who were just babies, drafted young men.
This isn't just because there was a movement doesn't mean things aren't changing.
2023 saw Ukraine launch a long-awaited counter-offensive. There had been talk of cutting off Crimea. In the end, the front lines barely moved. Now it's the Russians who are on the offensive.
So what we see here now, that they are preparing to attack on at least 3 directions again. That's Kharkiv, that's the north of Ukraine, again that would be Chernihiv, Sumy, that's on the way to Kyiv, and the south of Ukraine, Mykolaiv and Odessa.
Russia has stepped up its aerial bombardment of Ukraine in recent days, launching hundreds of drone and missile attacks across the country.
That's a campaign which is aimed at degrading the Ukrainian will and capacity to resist. The second line of effort is to run down
war of
the
attrition
magazines of air defense interceptors. Because if the Russians can exhaust the available air defenses, then the Russian Air Force will gain access to medium altitude over the front line, and that will translate into a tactical advantage on the battlefield.
For Ukraine, the big hope has always been the arrival of Western jets, and it seems US-made F-16s will soon be in the skies. They are a totemic issue, but how much of an impact will they really have?
The F-16s would provide valuable air cover to troops on the ground. They would also give the Ukrainians much more range in terms of going farther afield and striking at Russian military targets. They have great defensive capability as well. So there's a lot that they can do with the F-16s once they have them.
But they will not be a silver bullet. Victory in this war is about more than what happens on the battlefield. This is really a battle of societies, of their political will and their industrial capacity.
Ukraine is making considerable efforts to expand production domestically, and that is bearing fruit. But Ukraine does not control the financing or have access to the supply chains to be able to massively ramp up production. Russia, on the other hand, is not under the same kind of missile threat. It's less constrained. It has substantially more resources, and it does have control of a lot of the supply chains involved. And so the Russians have moved onto a war footing in their defense industry and are rapidly accelerating production.
Well, Mr. President, welcome back. Left on its own, Ukraine would not win this war. It's relied on the significant support of its allies. But distracted by crises elsewhere in the world, there is a fear the West's resolve may be wavering.
But the loss of Ukraine, that would be the huge historical EU and our partners' mistake if they stop to support.
The Russians have decided that they are able to outlast the West's political will, and therefore they think they can win. And the fact that they think they can win means that they are prepared to persist, because they think that their prospects will improve over time. Now, whether they're correct in those assessments is up to us.
Oh, sorry.
Ukraine, Admiral, back to Ukraine.
I'm having an issue here. Talk to the chat. Keep them entertained. There's one app that's
talk to the chat, Chab. I'm rolling a blunt. Bro, nice of you to join us in person.
Yeah.
Hurry, Shab. Talk to chat. I'm trying to roll a blunt. Who's there? Young Mine? It's always Young Mine, dude. Shout out to Young
Drunken
Mine.
Crow. Do you want to have a war of nutrition with me?
Yeah, I'll eat so many like grains,
funny.
and vegetables.
Nutrition sounds like nutrition.
Thanks, Gene. Thanks. Gene likes the joke too, guys. Gosh, that's awesome. Even Gene found it hilarious. I should go get some more 5-hour energies, right? I didn't have enough today. I need to get more 5-hour energies.
God.
5-hour energy, 5-hour energy.
In a 24-hour period spaced apart.
I need more 5-hour energy. I'm going to start snorting that shit.
Instead of a beer run, go for a 5-hour energy run.
Yeah.
And he'll literally run.
And then I'll get back and be like, guys, I should go on a 5-hour energy run, I think. I ran out already. I got 10, and by the time I got home, they were all gone. I don't know where they went.
It was
I need to go on a 5-hour energy.
In the war, and heavy losses the Russian military took.
Go, guys. I got to go on another 5-hour energy run.
Recent barrage, though, launched on these Ukrainian cities. What is it?
My streams will just be me like
back and forth from the gas station all day.
Interesting that.
Hey guys, going to get 5-hour energy.
I don't know. You do a lot of downers, so I think if you did the amount of uppers that I do, you definitely would die of heart attack.
You want to fuck about this?
To shore up their inventory of artillery shells and missiles and, of course, drones. A lot of these drones that were launched in the last 72 hours were Iranian-made or Iranian-designed drones. We know that this war has had an impact on Mr. Putin's war-making capability, particularly when it comes to munitions, artillery, drones, missiles. We also know that he still has a sizable amount of his Air Force available to him, a sizable amount of his ground mechanized capability available to him. And, of course, while his Navy has been challenged in the Black Sea, it's really only been the...
Surprised he's been utilizing like his Air Force as much, because it seems like airstrikes would really come in handy here. He's been using like mostly helicopters, which they're much easier to deal with when it comes to ground to air sort of like weaponry. When it comes to like airplanes, like if you call in a bombing like strike, like it's very hard to do anything about it. Anti-air weaponry is very inefficient. So it's the kind of like they fly in, drop the payloads, and they're kind of fucked. And it seems like if they have a decent Air Force, I don't know why they're not using it.
Black Sea.
They don't really seem to care, so I guess he doesn't want to piss the world off too much. I think he knows that if he conducts like World War II style air raids, like what Germany did to Britain or what we did to Japan, I don't know, maybe it would be too much and the world decides that, what?
What the fuck is air raids?
I said air raid.
Raid,
it sounds like aid.
No,
this very common word sounds like this other very common
word. Air aids.
I don't think I did. Did anyone else hear that?
You said air raids.
A fleet that has been affected. He also has an advantage in manpower because Russia's just a bigger country. And he doesn't have to, unlike President Zelensky, he doesn't have to answer to the Russian people about mobilizations and
And did you know that about like World War II, that it wasn't just the nukes that we dropped on Japan. For months, we just out of like spite. It's kind of like when kind of like what they're doing with Hamas, or with Gaza, where it's like, yeah, let's shoot them like a board. Fuck them. They conduct that terrorist attack. We're just gonna shell the hell out of their country and attack their civilian infrastructure. The United States did that to Japan because they were pissed off that they attacked us in Pearl Harbor, which is a military on military attack. And they had the option to bomb hospitals, civilian infrastructure, and they ordered the troops not to. Then, because we were pissed that they attacked us, for like months, we were conducting air raids in Japan, where we were flying over cities and towns and shelling the hell out of them. And the same way, like I mentioned, All Power on the Western Front shows how fucked up it was, like with the trench warfare. You know what movie showed just how fucked up those air raids were? We watched it before.
What?
Grave of the Fireflies. Yeah, it was about it was an anime, and it was about these two children, a 4-year-old, a 14-year-old, who their town was bombed by a U.S. air raid, destroyed much of the town. They were orphaned. Their mother died in the air raid, their home. So he had to take care of his 4-year-old sister, where there was no fucking job market at all, because everyone was just trying to get by because of the war times. And he lived in a cave with his sister, and yeah.
John, I have good news.
What's that?
Dingle's back.
Good old infrastructure. Yep.
Jail cells and putting them on the.
See, I knew Dingle loves.
Dingle, you done procreating
in the last 2 years of war.
All right.
We know that he's going to continue to try to throw manpower at it. All that said, Jonathan, that's on the plus side of the ledger for him. On the negative side of the ledger, command and control in the Russian army is still abysmal. Morale, leadership, absolutely at the dirt floor. They are still heavily reliant on long-range kind of strikes because they've got that available to them. When they engage the Ukrainian forces on the ground, they're not having much success. For the so-called ballyhooed counteroffensive that they were going to launch themselves, they've really achieved nothing in recent weeks and months. This is a military that still has not.
That's kind of the issue is, I mean, that's the thing. So when it comes to like infantry, you can have artillery and stuff that eventually they're going to hide away, like in trenches, tunnels, underground, so they can just avoid any sort of long-range strikes. And then if you want to advance forward, they have the capability to deal with any sort of like ground offenses. So when they have a decent air force, like a war of attrition and stuff, one of the options Russia has, and it seems like they're doing that to some extent, so they've been doing this lately, but you think they'd be doing more of it, like mass air raids over their factories, their towns, like bomb dams. If they were doing that, I mean, the problem is, the only reason I think they're not doing it is because even though Putin's evil and fucked up, I think he knows that if he started doing that, the whole world would bring attention back to the war. I think he knows that the world's focused on like what's going on with Israel and Hamas, and they don't, like, people are pissed off over what Israel's doing. But if Putin did that, where, like, imagine that he bombs dams that flood towns, he's bombing factories, just shelling the hell out of like all of their cities. If he did that, I think that the reason he doesn't is because he knows that maybe people are like, the world needs to all get involved and deal with Russia.
Really learned the lessons that you would think a modern military would learn after 2 years of war.
What do you think, Chab? You have kind of this very discerned sort of expression.
I don't think much, Jane. Okay?
Oh,
You
yeah.
should know this by now. I just look at things. Not much thinking going on. Is that guy Russian?
Yep, so this is the largest exchange they've had of different prisoners of war. Yeah, like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they do this a lot where when it comes to like international prison like exchanges between like countries from all over the globe, they pretty much invite people like, hey, we'll be this diplomatic center. But the thing is, it's like they're doing that to try to like, I guess, show some level of altruism, but there's slavery in the UAE and Dubai. They literally have like entire slaves that are forced to work there that can't leave, that work on their cities and so forth. And it's one of the most developed countries on the planet. And then look at what Saudi Arabia is doing with Yemen. And like in Saudi Arabia, women were just allowed to drive just a few years ago. It's like women in Saudi Arabia are pretty much house slaves. They can't even leave their home without like a male escort.
And the male escort has to be a family member, or their husband.
It has to be like an uncle. There's only a few like male escorts that are actually allowed to escort them.
About time women got put in their place. About
What's
time.
that?
What were you gonna say, Dirk?
This is Shab's a male escort.
Yeah, I do that all the time. It's easy.
Yeah, they got things figured out when it comes to how to treat women.
Gene, you want me to escort you in a little bit?
No.
The White House said today that Russia has started firing ballistic missiles provided by North Korea into Ukraine, and the U.S. is concerned that Iran will soon.
So now you got Iran supplying like Russia. Now North Korea is getting involved
to sell Russia missiles. We take a look now at the war.
And North Korea always fucking does this. Now they're like firing shots like at South Korea and stuff. They've been fucking around, and whenever there's notable like chaos going on abroad, North Korea always decides to, we're going to launch missiles near Hawaii or over Japan just to spark even more like global tension.
As it enters its third calendar year.
For Ukrainians, it's a grim new year as the war grinds into 2024. The year had barely started when air raid alarms sounded across the country, and explosions lit up the pre-dawn skyline. Russia has stepped up its onslaught of aerial attacks throughout the region, scorching residential blocks in downtown Kyiv, the port city of Odessa, and Kharkiv, among several other cities targeted in recent weeks.
What a present Russia made for us this new year. They are black souls, simply black souls. They bomb residential areas.
Whoa, why is she being
There are people here.
racist? Why is she being racist for?
But now they're bombing residential areas, so I don't know. Like they do have a decent for like that. That's the thing. If they start conducting notable airstrikes over their cities, they could really do some decent collateral.
How can one do such a thing?
On Tuesday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky characterized
Like what is it? The most powerful bomb outside of like nuclear weapons? It was the Moab bomb, the mother of all bombs that Trump used in I believe it was like in Syria. But Russia decided like, hey, we got to beat our chest. They made the Moab the father of all bombs, which is now the most powerful bomb outside of nuclear bombs. So
you've paused on some sensitive imagery here, John.
Oh, yeah.
Why does this chick have period blood all over her face? It's fucking weird.
But what if imagine that? What if they there was like a nuclear power plant or like a very, very large dam, and they dropped a FOAB bomb on it.
A what?
What do you think the outcome would be?
It's all fucked, John. It's all fucked. The world's in a fuck, John.
Yeah, John.
These last days from December 29th till today.
But people need their fucked up news from somewhere.
Russia has already used almost 300 missiles and more than 200 drones.
God, Dirt. People need to know. People are like, why do I cover so much negative stuff?
World in a fuck. That's why.
People need to stop being so sheltered and optimistic. Maybe we'd have less Karens if people stopped living in a bubble and realized that a lot of people have it worse than them getting their food wrong at like a restaurant or whatever. Maybe they'd be less likely to throw their Karen. Maybe they'd be less likely to throw their Karen like tantrums if they read more books like Hiroshima and paid more attention to just like burn victims and people who are gonna die young. And
I mean, Gene, I have a video for you. I'm gonna find it. It's pretty quick. It's a Karen you'll love.
At the same time, the conflict has spilled increasingly into Russian.
Whoa! Look at that.
Ukraine.
Imagine like you're sleeping at night.
At the same time, the conflict has spilled increasingly into Russian-occupied territory. Last month, Ukrainian cruise missiles blew up a docked warship in Crimea, hampering Russia's fleet power in the Black Sea. And a recent explosion in Belgorod killed 24 people. Russian authorities blamed Ukrainian shelling. On New Year's Day, Russian President Vladimir Putin said the attack warrants yet another tit-for-tat response.
Of course, it's a terrorist attack. There's no other way to call it. Should we respond the same way? Of course, we can. We can hit squares in Kyiv or in any other city.
For over a year, there have been no significant territorial gains by Ukraine or Russia. This map shows Russian-controlled regions in Ukraine 1 year ago. Today, it is virtually unchanged, despite Ukraine's counteroffensive efforts on the front lines, and despite high expectations from its Western allies. The U.S. and European nations have armed Ukraine with package after package of tanks, air defense systems, and enough resources to train and equip 17 armored brigades.
Welcome back.
The U.S. alone has contributed $75 billion in aid, most of it toward military assistance, since the war started nearly 2 years ago. But the future of that funding is in grave doubt. Congressional Republicans already balked on an aid deal with the Biden.
So, apparently my service providers, they're gonna do, that's what I was dealing with earlier, some like maintenance shutdown at 3 o'clock, less than 30 minutes. So I'm going to set an alarm for 20 minutes so the stream doesn't magically shut off.
Dude, you need to call your service provider and ask them if they knew who they're fucking with, John. Yeah. All right, this is 2 weeks in a row.
The administration last month.
Well, they do it at like 3 in the morning. So
John,
a lot of companies
unacceptable.
A lot of companies will do that where they're doing maintenance on their servers and they like reset everything, and they usually pick
another day.
God, don't you think about like people that are the anomaly of the anomaly that work night shifts, but
business here.
Yeah.
Stuck weighing the money for Ukraine against other concerns, namely Republican demands for a crackdown on migrants at the southern border. Just like the.
Let me see. And Dirt, we're doing the Movie Mondays tomorrow.
Movie Mondays tomorrow. I guess it is Sunday technically now, so you're right. It will be tomorrow.
Yeah. Which movie should we watch? What do people in the chat think? And Skeptic,
I thought you were gonna bid it to the highest donor, but
yeah, no one's been donating.
Pick the movie. If y'all don't pick the movie, I will. We're watching Little Nicky.
Oh
fuck yeah,
dude! Double Adam Sandler.
You actually like that movie, Crow?
It's all right. It's funny. I was like 12 when it first came out.
See, there you go. It's funny if you're an edgy 12-year-old, Gene. You gotta fucking let your mind.
I was 12 when I saw it. I was in middle school, and I was watching. We were talking about that last time. Like I saw it, I'm like, this is fucking stupid.
You didn't even like the dog, dude.
No. God.
Damn, dude. All right, fine. Play this shit.
So I was starving, so I had to get one quick sandwich from here. And I thought they gave me the wrong sandwich, but conveniently, McDonald's changed their packaging. Wow. What does that resemble?
Here, what is this?
This one?
Yeah, what is this new packaging?
What is that?
It's the McChicken.
Okay.
What does it resemble, Gene?
This shows 4 in 5 adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. I love it, and lots of people do this, where they're mad at a company and they treat customer service people who are not CEOs, they have no control over the policy, like they're an extension of the company, and like treat them like they're stupid because of it. You are a fucking moron. Like, you're treating the company like it's one entity, like it's a Borg. Like, I fucking hate people. Am I arrogant for thinking that the average Joe is a lot dumber than I am?
It's why is it blue and white? I don't see that or not. I think you do know. This is in support of Israel. They changed it.
I mean, it was like that actually since a few months ago because we ran out of the regular ones.
No, I don't think so. This is obviously in support of Israel.
No, I mean, we actually had that for a while though.
I just was here 2 weeks.
Oh, it's got white and blue colors, so it must be like, oh my god.
I don't know. Bitch needs to fucking get a job.
Maybe it's like Uruguay. I mean,
she has too much time to. She has too much time to waste. She has too much time to waste on lame bullshit.
Yeah, the thing is, there's so many people like this, and like, I grew up in the suburbs, like a lot of Americans and stuff, and there are so many people where they got, like, I call it bougie, pampered suburbanite syndrome. They just kind of, they're so sheltered. They live such an insular sort of lifestyle, and when you talk about like problems in the world, like when I mention how, like you talk about police brutality, you talk about our issues with our educational system and stuff, they have this kind of like very naive attitude of like, no, things work the way they're supposed to work. People, you can put blind faith in people doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then they freak out over the most mundane first world problems, and it's just I don't know, people like this, we need to have classes where all they do, it's like a PPP class to teach them empathy, where this is what it is every day, showing them stories of burn victims, kids dealing with the most terrible diseases imaginable, showing them kids losing their limbs and minefields, and but like I think they should do that in middle school. The first year in middle school,
they should watch PPP.
No, not PPP, but no. In all seriousness, I do think they should have a class in like the 6th grade where kids. That's what it is. It's
basic human empathy class.
Well, it's kind of like they should show them. It's like a world cultures forward affair class where they do show them documentaries of kids living in third world countries. That's what the class is all about. Write an essay about how you would feel if you were growing up in that setting. Teach them about rape victims. Have them interview them. Show them kids that are like born to heroin addicts. It's like, show them just all of these fucked up scenarios and ask the kids, how many of you have dealt with this? How many of you have dealt with that? And you'd probably find that a lot of kids would find that like, wow. It's like, I'm like freaking out by I'm not getting the latest Xbox or whatever. Maybe I should get less annoyed over very petty bullshit.
I know this is not your fault.
Maybe I should stop throwing fits and treating people like they're mentally retarded because they made some minor mistake that mildly inconvenienced me.
You're an employee, but I think this is disgusting for them to do this. And I know you in your heart, that this is clearly what this wrapper is for.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm explaining it to you. This is what it's for. This is the color of their flag. This is clearly what they're doing and what they're showing to people, and I think it's disgusting. I'm just curious, what's with the new wrapping? What's with the new wrapping? Yeah, the blue and white.
Manager number 2.
That's the new one.
Here, Sheb, I think because we weren't able to get through with everything, I mean, we've only gone for like 4 hours. So I think that we should do a second PPP stream tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah, Grandma.
They just changed it. When did you guys get these?
Maybe like last week?
Last week, right? When he clearly just told me it's been a few months that we got this. This is in support to kill Palestinian kids, this wrapping.
Okay, from this point in my life, I've always been against corporal punishment. Maybe we should waterboard people like her.
Clearly, this is a big company.
In my craft.
They should not be changing the wrapping on the side. Yeah, I know. This is not your fault. I'm not saying it's your fault. No.
Wait, hold on, John. Okay, so there's a cross. That's not the. If you include the cross and the blue strips and the white strip, that's not the Israeli flag, is it?
No. Oh, a cross is not like
that's no. I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
That's like Norway or fucking Sweden or something, right?
It's not even. I don't even think that's an actual flag design anywhere. I looked up blue and white flags, and I don't see a single one that looks like that. Well, it looks like that could be a flag, but that's not. I don't see anything like that.
But she's claiming that hey, there's a cross here, and this is what I described before: people being idiots, like Polyozia seeing like the face of Jesus and a piece of burnt toast, but even if you're going to argue that it is a cross, it's that's not a symbol for like Judaism. She's too much of a dumbass to know like
it looks
the
like
Star
the
of David
reverse
is.
of the Finland flag. That's what it is.
Oh,
I'm just really upset that I got my order and I got this flag for my wrapping. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's upset and who's shocked to come to the drive-thru and receive this wrapping. Yes.
Ain't that something?
Also, as someone who has worked in the service industry since they were 16, and I am almost coming up on 29, I've said it before, I advocate for at least one day service workers can treat and maybe physically do something to customers that are like this.
It's like the purge for service workers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, yeah, feel free to just punch them in the face and like knock their teeth out, break their nose. Then when they're on the floor picking up their teeth, like grab them by the hair and just like shove their face in the blood. I mean, in the shattered remains in Minecraft.
What the fuck?
The war negotiation.
Here, so got a few minutes left. Now, speaking of that, like the empathy class and everything, we got all the North Korea Israel war videos.
Do we have anything fun? Was there anything fun on the docket?
Where's the kittens?
Yeah, here's all the school shooting videos. Maybe we'll cover that tomorrow.
Maybe. You didn't do anything fun for us tonight, John. You just wanted nonstop suffering Saturday. That's what this was.
Here's one that isn't more. That's what childhood dementia does.
Get the fuck out, dude. I don't need this kind of scare. Dude.
Well, it's rare for it happening to kids, and this is more congenital than dementia, which there's a lot of like environmental causes to dementia. So that's her before dealing with the dementia.
Cause I tell you the photo looked like a little girl.
Am I supposed to go insane?
Is there
while I'm
anything
watching
you
this?
struggle with now
It's working.
Yeah.
that bothers you?
Damn,
son, that's awful.
What do you mean? Am I supposed to go insane? Well, it's to show how God Shab doesn't get it.
It's like it was just
it's her being happy with her mom, and
okay, it was just kind of weird and annoying. Okay, but it's sped up too. That adds to the weird and annoying.
God Shab,
you had it sped up. Okay, everybody else got my joke and loved it. Okay,
whatever.
Okay, something's wrong with you.
And I feel like I might die.
God damn it, dude. This doesn't make me feel any better, John. This doesn't make me feel any better.
People need to know more about this kind of stuff. To be fair, my father was diagnosed with dementia. He had prostate cancer, went through chemo. The chemo caused the dementia. Probably has a few years to live, whatever. But yeah, I've been reading about dementia cases recently out of curiosity.
My grandmother died at 98 with dementia.
How old was she?
My father's in his 50s, but
no. How old was
yeah,
that girl
chemo
on
can
the
do
screen?
that. What's that?
I think they said. I don't know if they said her age. I don't know.
I think it was 16 for that little clip.
Yeah, Shab's like, I don't even know how old she is, and it says it throughout the stream that's
I said that. I didn't see.
Yeah.
First when
I didn't say she was diagnosed at 16. No.
Well, I asked you, John. So,
as a physician, my passion is neurodevelopmental disorders, and that's why I came into Batten disease, the most common cause of childhood dementia.
Batten's disease.
I didn't know it was a thing. I didn't know.
When a child with Batten's disease.
Childhood dementia awareness. I'm aware now. Damn, that shit's.
Fuck, John. Yeah, let's end the stream on a good note.
What?
Is diagnosed, they will stop being able to walk. They will stop being able to talk. They will.
Well, I mean, look at how good you could have a kid who has like childhood dementia.
Lose the ability to swallow. These children actually go blind. Nationwide Children's Hospital is committed in finding not just a treatment but also a cure. We are one of 4 centers of excellence actually in the whole United States through our clinical trials and also through approved therapies. For the first time, there was treatment for these children who previously were destined to die without any treatment. Enzyme replacement therapy is directed in the brain using a catheter, and we replace the missing enzyme that these children have. Children are flying in from all over the country because we were the only center in the whole United States at a certain point that could infuse the children. Having a child with chronic disease is so stressful for
something into their skull. They inject the enzyme. Jesus Christ.
For the families. It is my honor that I am involved with these trials to make life better for these children.
A new form of treatment.
Yeah. It's just a weird.
Here's childhood Alzheimer's.
Oh, fuck, dude.
When Abby Wallace was a little girl, she was by all appearances a normal child.
Rambunctious, loving, she'd run around happy.
She was happy.
Girls
she loved
more
books,
than boys.
But now, at only 22 years old, she struggles just to speak.
Are they putting there?
During Abby's childhood, her parents began to notice that something was off.
She was diagnosed with autistic at 5 when we saw some.
This is kind of like Huntington's disease, where it's like they develop normally, so they're like your average 15, 16-year-old kid, and it's usually in young adulthood where it starts to surface, and it just causes them to have a notable cognitive decline.
Minor issues.
The first thing we noticed was...
and I mean, it's the same thing, schizophrenia. People usually don't develop schizophrenia until their 20s, and a lot of people don't know that schizophrenia is not just having delusions and hallucinations. It's the psychosis that causes that, and what's causing the psychosis also causes them to have issues with like disorganized thinking. They have issues just getting out of bed and functioning at a basic level, and then the medication they have people take pretty much sedates them to the point where it's like, okay, they're not having delusions, but now it's like they have no energy and stuff and can barely function. And a lot of kids a lot of people that are diagnosed with schizophrenia, they go their entire childhood with like, they had no mental health issues at all. They wanted to go to school to be a nurse and stuff. And then the schizophrenia develops in the early 20s, mid 20s, and then their personality changes. They can't function on their own.
Her speech started to disappear. We would be around other people and ask teachers, and they're like, yeah, she's going backwards. She's regressing.
Around the time Abby graduated from Cy Falls High School in 2016, her speech was rapidly declining.
And that's when we decided we needed someone professional. We started seeing neurologists.
MRIs confirmed that cells in Abby's brain were dying.
We knew that there was something going on. We knew that whatever it was wasn't good.
And then by pure chance, Abby's mother was working at a summer music camp when she met the mother of a young boy with a rare degenerative disease called Sanfilippo syndrome. It's also known as childhood Alzheimer's.
Sanfilippo syndrome.
Their enzyme that helps to break down waste in the body is either missing or doesn't work well enough, and that waste then builds up and affects the organs of the body, especially the brain.
The Wallaces decided to have
this kind of scared the hell out of me. So when I first started having issues, when I like started to have bad seizures and so forth, and I was having issues with brain fog, where I feel like I'm in a haze and can't think clearly. Like I was scared. Like, do I have some kind of degenerative disease and stuff? Plus, like the lupus and stuff, like that also like scary. I had no fucking clue what was wrong with me. And it's like you look up all the possible things, and it's just it drives you fucking insane.
John, this is actually
so our doctor said,
a delusion.
Yeah,
you're not here.
And sure enough, she tested positive. With
you do not have a podcast. You have 0 subscribers.
Most children affected by this are gone by the time they're 15, 16 years old.
You know, it was very emotional. It was devastating. But we had somewhat prepared ourselves for it. It was like, we're not crazy.
Well, that wouldn't be a delusion. That would be a hallucination. Because you're seeing people that aren't there, and
reason why she's
would it be
regressive.
a hypnopompic or a hypnagogic hallucination?
But to be fair, with schizophrenia, it's mostly auditorial hallucinations. It's very rare for people to have visual hallucinations. And if they do, it's not like, hey, they're manifesting an entire person. It's usually things like they're seeing specks and stuff like that. So there's a lot of misinformation about how the disease works and so forth. And like that's the thing. Like, people will gaslight victims who have those conditions when it's like they're the likelihood of them hallucinating something of that caliber is astronomically rare.
But then, of course, you hear it's terminal and it's devastating.
Sanfilippo syndrome has now robbed Abby of nearly all her speech.
It's definitely hard to come back from college and see,
ready to laugh,
stop talking anymore, or, she's not eating by herself, that kind of thing.
You're laughing.
But there are still things that make Abby light up. She smiles while listening to music and loves to watch Disney movies. Abby also has a caretaker, Allie, who helps keep her mind stimulated, and she takes part in music therapy. The Wallaces don't know what exactly to expect.
It's like when people have like a kid who's like severely developmentally disabled, they have like nonverbal autism, and it's like this is something that you've been accustomed to since their birth. But imagine like you have like just a normal little girl developing normally throughout their entire youth. They're graduating from school. They have this like great personality, and then this happens.
For Abby's future.
We know that eventually she'll lose her ability to walk, to completely to be able to talk, to eat.
On top of Abby's diagnosis, her mom, Kelly, is dealing with a health crisis of her own.
About the time that we started seeing this decline in Abby, my wife was diagnosed with cancer.
And so it was on top of my diagnosis, and so it was kind of a big, like, really, what did we do?
After chemo, radiation, and surgery, the cancer seemed to be in remission.
About 3 months after the last clear scan, it had metastasized to her lungs, so she's now in stage 4.
Surgery may be able to remove the tumors in Kelly's lungs, but her focus remains on Abby. And while there is no cure for Sanfilippo, the Wallaces are trying to raise awareness through the Cure Sanfilippo Foundation, a nonprofit started by a family whose young daughter was diagnosed with the disease.
They're big advocates for finding a cure.
The foundation raises funds for research and groundbreaking clinical trials, including enzyme replacement and gene therapy. The Wallaces also started Abby's Alliance, a Facebook page to raise awareness of their daughter's rare disease. Just weeks ago, they held the Abby's Alliance 5K at Memorial Park to raise funds for the Cure Sanfilippo Foundation.
We were just blown away at the amount of people that showed up. It was incredible.
The amount that we raised, almost $25,000, I would have never thought that was possible.
And through it all, the Wallaces say it's their faith that keeps them going strong.
When you know that your daughter or your child is going to probably die before you, you have to hold on to the hope that there's a heaven and that you're going to be able to meet them again one day. We definitely believe that.
Yeah,
doesn't it suck?
No.
Heaven's not real. I'm sorry.
These are the kind of people where, you know what, I'm not gonna try to convince them of that.
They got dealt a bad hand, and yeah, they're not trying to push their fucking.
We all end up meeting this, and we all end up facing death in the end, and facing our family members dying and so forth. So it's like, I'm sorry, like
there was this funny image. Well, maybe wait until after they passed.
Yeah, wait until after they're done. Like, heaven's not real, by the way. Let's wait until they're crying about it. Or
well, you think your kid died of cancer? You think you're gonna go to heaven? Huh?
We're dicks, huh, Dirt?
There was this funny meme that I saw, and it's like when your neckbeard atheist grandson hears their grandmother in their 90s on their deathbed saying that they'll be with their husband soon, and it shows the neckbeard just right.
Actually,
yeah. Well, here, so it's going to be a few minutes before they shut down the internet and stuff. It's 2:54.
Man's trying to hold Gene down.
Yeah. So
4 hours is enough, John.
Yeah.
John, play the video that I sent you last weekend.
Well, we only have 6 minutes.
It's not even 6 minutes. Just fucking
Where is
play
it?
I sent it to you last weekend.
DMs?
Maybe
Discord.
Don't fucking know.
Maybe it's in the viewer recommended section. Do you see it?
Mod recommended.
Well, what is going on with hear breakfast scene?
Oh yeah, everyone's gonna love that.
Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, I think everyone.
You're an ableist, Crow.
Yay!
Or maybe you're an ableist, Sean, for not appreciating the art experience.
Brown sauce.
What is going on here? Breakfast! You can't eat this! Your cholesterol will go through the roof. Do you want to drop dead when you're 35?
Do you think they are all living in a group home with each other?
I'm making you some brown flakes. Clean your stomach out.
Back off, sister. Man, it was mad food.
If you really is, mate, you wouldn't clog his arteries with that.
You look at, let's not.
Wait, you said it's not likely?
I said
Let's
it's
look
possible, if not likely.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
How thoughtless of us.
We don't got enough time for this now. Anti-Zionist rabbi debates pro-Zionist.
Well, anyway, do you have anything you want to say to the 7 people watching chat?
Who has the better Halloween costume? The guy on the right or the chick on the left?
I don't know.
Santa Claus.
I think the guy on the right, his Halloween costume's pretty dope. Okay. What do you think,
Dressed as
Dirt?
an Amish person.
Dirt agrees. He likes that one the best.
What, is that racist?
Only when you say it. When I say it, it's 100% fine.
Dressed as a pilgrim.
So, all right, I guess we're gonna end the stream and go think about poop and pee. Right, Gene?
All because Gene can't afford his internet.
That's not it.
What a jerk.
They're probably doing it to like everyone that lives in the city.
Nope, it's just your house.
Yeah.
They only do it to fuck with you. Like, fuck these bigots. Okay.
We watch their stream. Fuck that.
We hate them. We hate their stream, especially that Dirt guy. He's so offensive, and he doesn't even know how to talk. See?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and end this stream, and we'll maybe I guess see you tomorrow. Dirt, we can't hear you.
I know.
Oh, what a gay. What a gay. What a maggot with an F. All right. Peace out, guys. See you tomorrow.